Lake City a spot to call their own for the state's coming centennial celebration in 1947. The world of archaic foragers who were spread across Utah. They lived in distinctive pit-dwelling homes and were capable farmers and foragers. It's thought that they vanished as a people in Utah somewhere between 900 and 1300 CE, being absorbed into other tribes thanks to the changing climate that made farming much more difficult. The Fremont were united across a huge swath of territory by their art and customs, but we don't know what the Fremont called themselves. It's important to remember that the name Fremont was given to them for the purposes of archaeological study. In 1998, when excavating for the infrastructure for a new track station in front of the arena where the Utah Jazz play, a skull and other bones were found. Archaeologists were called in and discovered that these human remains were from this era of Fremont settlement. Further digging revealed some of the ancient pit houses the Fremont lived in that would have existed close to the shores of what we now know as City Creek. After the archaeologists conducted their search, the site was cemented over and the construction of the tracks line and station continued. Today, the arena station is adorned with an arrowhead in honor of the historic site it rests upon. Horses first came to Utah with the Spanish expeditions in the 17th century. When horses escaped from the Spaniards, they became wild and were captured by the local indigenous tribes, who were some of the first in North America to acquire horses for purposes of transportation, hunting, and even food. Historians believe this might have happened as early as the 1650s. Since many of the tribes in Utah depended on a nomadic lifestyle, the incorporation of the horse into their daily lives transformed their standard of living and enabled them to carry much more with them as they traveled with the buffalo across their migratory paths. Today, Utah is home to as many as 22 herds of wild horses across the state, though many of these were started in the 19th century when domestic horses escaped and took on the life of wild horses on their own. In 1971, Congress passed the Wild Free-Roaming Horses and Burros Act to protect these horses as, quote, living symbols of the historic and pioneer spirit of the West. Welcome to Capital City News, your source for staying informed and engaged with Salt Lake City government. I'm your host, Brian Young with Salt Lake City TV. On our episode this week, we spoke with Katie Matheson from the city's Economic Development Department about the importance of shopping local during this holiday season, and our History Minute is about the history of wild horses in the area. But before we get to those, let's take a look at our legislative update and our look-backs.
At its November 10th meeting, the City Council received briefings and voted on RDA Budget Amendment 2 for fiscal year 22-23, which includes a $4 million GAP loan to the Spark project at 1500 West North Temple, as well as funding for a contract to create development scenarios for the Station Center area. City Council also heard a briefing on the plan to improve roadway safety, reliability, and mobility in Little Cottonwood Canyon from the Utah Department of Transportation, or UDOT. Separately, there was a midpoint check-in about the draft SLC Transportation Master Plan. And finally, City Council adopted a joint ceremonial resolution with Mayor Mendenhall declaring November 20th as Transgender Day of Remembrance in Salt Lake City. Salt Lake City values the lives and contributions to our community by transgender people, and the city has the responsibility to promote equality and prosperity for all members of the transgender community. To learn more about these
we're 6 minutes after 2 o'clock. So if I have other council members available, I'd love to begin our meeting at some point. 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4. So I think we're good there. Cindy Lou, are we good? Okie doke. I'm going to open up to my script, which I should have done before I called in. Hi, Chairperson Darren, Mono. I'm going to be chairing today simply because Chairperson Mono is at a conference, and I hope that's okay with you, and Victoria's away, so you are all stuck with me. I apologize. Welcome to today's City Council meeting. We continue to host hybrid meetings to keep everyone healthy, safe, and to have more accessibility for those who cannot make it in person. Our meetings are public, and you are welcome to join in person by watching the Council's agenda page, Facebook, YouTube, SLC TV, we're everywhere. We hope you'll continue to join us in whichever manner you feel the most comfortable. This is a work session meeting during which there is no public comment. But we do have a formal session tonight, yay, at 7 p.m., and that is where we can take all of the public comments. However, you are always welcome to comment via mail at P.O. Box 145476, Salt Lake City, Utah 84114, email council.comments@slcgov.com, or our 24-hour phone comment line. I feel like a telemercial thing, right? 801-535-7654. And all of that can be found on our website. Obviously, written comments and any comment that is given in any form or fashion, even if it's a carrier pigeon, are shared with council members, and it is put into the public record. So please do not think that your comments are not heard, because they certainly are. With that, we will be turning to our first agenda item. We are on informational updates from the administration. And hello, Tim. We have Tim Cosgrove at the table for us today. And I'm just going, I believe Tony's in the audience. I see Michelle over there. I'm sure everybody's available somehow, but I will turn the time over to Tim. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Chairwoman Pro Tem Fowler. Thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you, City Council members. Tim Cosgrove, Mayor's Office. We just do the Mayor's Office update. Our first one is always our community engagement highlights. You know we work, thank you. You know we work really hard to get that feedback from our community and all the different departments' efforts. You can find that information on our website with the slc.gov feedback. And next slide, we have a small update today, mostly from our planning and zoning, some items which I know you're well aware of, but just for anybody else tuning in, the shelter zoning amendment is scheduled for a public hearing at tonight's formal session. The ADU modifications is scheduled for possible council action tonight. And then for the 26th of April Planning Commission meeting, we have a tentative agenda items for affordable housing incentives, the Sugar House drive-through text amendments, and the landscape chapter update. And then just moving to some of our outreach team will be doing community office hours. This next slide, thank you. These are some of the places that we go out and engage with the community. The two this week will be Public Eds and King's English Bookshop. And then I'll be at Tizanti on April 12th next week from 2 to 4. And that's all we really have for our updates. I know there's a lot of construction projects warming up as soon as the weather warms up. and look forward to continuing that growing engagement in our community with construction. Any questions?
Are you suggesting that winter might end sometime soon, Tim? I hope you're right.
Thank you.
Council members, any questions for Tim or an update with the administration? Excellent. Thank you so much, Tim.
Thank you.
It looks like we have Andrew. Is Andrew online as well, Lindsay? Okay.
I'm here.
Give us an
Councilmember.
update regarding our homeless services. So Andrew, I will turn the time over to you.
Thank you. As you can see on your screen, overflow utilization is up slightly from last week, 95%. You can see the numbers for the rapid intervention team and the encampment impact mitigation work. All of that work is subject, obviously, to weather. And so when we have days like the last 2 days, really, there's not a lot that happens throughout the city, other than maybe emergency stuff. So as you can see, this wintertime has been a little bit start and stop throughout the time. So you can see those numbers. You can see the next resource fair is still planned for the 14th of this month at Pioneer Park, obviously weather permitting, and then Kayak Court in May. We've also mentioned before that, if you can go to the next slide, please. We've mentioned before that as the overflow locations start to ramp down, there will be resource fair options there as well. So on the screen, you can see that starting on the 15th of this month, the St. Vincent de Paul Dining Hall nightly overflow will cease operations as it does every year. The number of beds are on the right. The Youth Resource Center right now is planning to cut back again to its original number of 30 instead of 50. April 19th, the Mill Creek overflow, the large one, is actually going to ramp down a little before that, but that will be the last night. The reason there is because a lot of the staff there the Switch Point has there are going to move to one of the new housing programs that we've talked about at the Fair Park Point. They're planning to open up that same time. So they'll be moving staff over. It'll also mean a lot of folks will get new housing at that point as well. So that'll be good. And then the end of this month into May 1st, which is a Sunday night into a Monday morning, the Gail Miller, Geraldine King, and Pamela Atkinson will all ramp down those operations. You can see the number of overflow beds on the right and then the total. We have been working on other options for housing, obviously, that you've been aware of, and we can talk more about as they come online starting this month into the next few months. And then still talking through with the state about next year's overflow, which discussions are starting immediately, and then also options for this summertime, whatever we can figure out with all of our partners. Any questions?
Council members, do we have any questions for Andrew? You're off the hook, buddy.
Good to see you all.
Thank you. I believe next we have Director Laura Briefer to give us an update about what seems to be an inevitable flow of water in the future. Before I turn the time over to Laura Briefer, I do want to say that recently we were in Washington, D.C. meeting with our federal delegation, and your praises could not have been sung higher. Every one of the federal delegation asked about what we were doing to prepare for potential flooding, and literally every single one of us talked about how grateful we are to have you as the Director of Public Utilities and monitoring all of what is about to come, and have been monitoring it for a while. I was first elected when you were first entrenched, literally, in a flood your first year here. So again, your praises have not been sung higher. So thank you. And I will turn the time over to you. And I hope I made you blush. Yes.
Yes, you did. It's not hard. Thank you. And I actually have a great team here at Public Utilities and citywide with our emergency management and many other divisions and departments of the city that are part of our runoff preparation for 2024. And I do have a short few slides to share with you. If we could pull those up. Thank you. So I wanted to just give you a little bit of update on our 2023 runoff, not 2024 runoff. I just did my 2024 budget presentation, so now I've got confused with fiscal year and runoff year. So, our 2023 spring runoff and flood control update. So for situational awareness, we're monitoring the weather patterns right now this spring. As you can tell by looking outside, we had a significant winter storm, and it's the spring, so we're hoping that that pattern changes. Our runoff characteristics this year are going to be highly dependent on weather patterns over the next few weeks, and we're hoping for a weather pattern that is conducive to a more measured spring runoff and not get us into a situation where it gets extremely warm all at once. We have been looking at the forecasted outlooks that's prepared by the National Weather Service. And the 1 month temperature outlook, the last one I saw appears to be cooler than normal, but I think that might have just changed today. And the 1 month precipitation outlook is projected to be equal chances above or below the average for this time of year. Our current snowpack in the Provo River, Utah Lake, Jordan River Basin, so this Great Salt Lake Basin watershed, is 207% of median, which is phenomenal from a water supply standpoint. And our local drainages have water supply forecast ranges from the low end is 128% of average in City Creek, and the high end is 200% of average in the Parleys watershed. The photo I have here is credited to Alta Ski Area. This week, they just passed the coveted 800 inches of snow, and it's surreal up in those canyons right now, lots and lots of snow. Next slide, please. So just a few notes on our spring runoff planning and preparation status. The map that you see on the left of the screen here, I know you can't see the detail of it, but it's indicative of a tool that we are using to overlay a whole bunch of things related to runoff, and that's our streams that enter into the city, the FEMA mapped floodplains, Federal Emergency Management Agency floodplains, and our storm drain system. So we've been doing a lot of system modeling. I have our Deputy Director, Jesse Stewart, in my office right now, who has been part of the team to spearhead this. And the system modeling is incredibly important to identify any areas of vulnerability in the drainage system and other known areas of concern. I should note that a lot of comparisons have been made to this runoff, between this runoff year and 1983 and 1984. There are a lot of unique changes or differences between 83 and 84 and this year. A similarity in terms of the amount of snowpack and water we have, but differences in the infrastructure that we have. And since 1983 and 84, the city and county have invested in a lot of features in the drainage system, including Little Dell Dam and Reservoir, which is a flood control facility, and a lot of other features that I think will help us out a lot this year, especially if we get a more quick warm up. We continue to release water from Little Dell Reservoir to increase capacity in anticipation of runoff. That will be really helpful to us. We are monitoring for situational awareness, particularly upstream in the snowpack, Utah Lake, Jordan River, and other streams upstream from us, but also downstream as well. Equipment and sandbag staging. We've preliminarily identified key areas such as pinch points in the system along culverts, stream channels, and maintenance lids along North Temple, 1300 South, and the 800 South storm drains. We've been actively filling and storing sandbags. The numbers changed today. We now have more than 9,000 sandbags, and we'll meet our goal of 10,000 or more this weekend. I want to especially thank the Parks Department and Director Kristen Riker for allowing some of her staff to help us fill sandbags for us to store. Strategic movement of water in the system is something that Jesse and our team have been working on planning for. So we have a lot of options in our system to reduce pressure, especially on the 1300 South drain, which captures flows of Emigration, Red Butte, and Parley's Creek. We're able to bifurcate those flows to reduce pressure there and send them elsewhere. So there are a number of types of strategic movement of water that we are planning for if we need it. We have weekly preparation and response with Salt Lake County Flood Control and Salt Lake City and Salt Lake County Emergency Management, as well as other city divisions and departments. Chief Bowden and Chief Meekum over at Salt Lake County have been really great to work with, and we have set up level 4 of the Emergency Operations Center as well to monitor. Public engagement is incredibly important, and the Joint Information Center is up and running. We have a lot of engagement ranging from media to social media. Andrew and his team working on social outreach, community meetings, constituent feedback. We've been handling a lot of constituent feedback. And we're also working on some consistent messaging between Salt Lake City and Salt Lake County, as we both have joint management authority for different parts of the runoff system. Also working on a single website for the public to access to make information more readily available. Next slide, please. We have a lot of questions from residents about what they can do to prepare for spring runoff this year. And I love this photo on the right. This is Salt Lake County Mayor Jenny Wilson and former Salt Lake City Mayor Ted Wilson working to fill sandbags. Ted was the mayor during the 1983 and 84 floods and has been a wealth of information for us as well during this planning. So what can residents do? First and foremost, determine risk. And there are a lot of tools available to determine whether your home or business is located in a flood zone, whether or not flood insurance is appropriate, and also just some general risk determination. Spring runoff is different than what we might see in runoff during monsoonal events. And my next slide will have some references that people can go to better understand what their risk might be. Also, preparation is important. Salt Lake County has a really good flood preparedness manual on their flood preparedness website. Lots of sandbags, publicly facing sandbag filling stations. Salt Lake County, we're partnering with Salt Lake County on that. And then we also want to receive any kind of notification if a member of the public notices a clogged stormwater grate, please contact our 24-hour dispatch line at Salt Lake City Public Utilities so that we could get out there and take care of it. And then finally, be safe. So during runoff, streams are going to be fast and deep. Do not walk, swim, or drive through fast-flowing water, and also keep pets and children from fast-flowing water. So definitely that component of safety. Next slide, please. So this is my last slide. These are just key references. The picture on the right is just a screenshot of the Salt Lake County map. That's the second link under the flood zone mapping. It's a really great website where an individual can type in an address and it will show you whether you're in any of the FEMA flood zones or in areas adjacent to creeks that might be subject to flooding. So that's a really great resource. And also this Salt Lake County website has some really great preparedness resources, as does the state of Utah's Be Ready website. And then our Salt Lake City Public Utilities website also has resources. Many of our sites point back to each other too to coordinate on the different resources that are available. And that's the end of this update. I plan to keep you updated as much as you would like. I'm happy to be here on a weekly basis, if that makes sense, as we move into this runoff season.
Thank you, Director Briefer. Council members, any questions?
Could we, Madam Chair, get those links? Where could, if in case people can't type that all, where could people get a hyperlink to that map?
I can provide that to council staff in an email if that works.
Okay, and maybe we can just post it on social media or something for the public.
Yeah, we can also put it out on social media. We'll do both our website and social media.
Perfect. I was just going to say, as a shout out to Julie, that I would love to have this in my newsletter, and I'm sure most council people would like to put this in their newsletter, especially at the beginning of this month as we enter into what's next. Director Briefer, I also wanted to mention that while we were in DC, Congressman Stewart's council talked about flooding, and we talked about all of the preparation. I'm wondering, and I'm sure that you have contact with them, but that first slide of what Salt Lake City is doing and for preparedness may be something nice to share with them.
Yes, that would be great. I could definitely share that, and and you're welcome to share that as well, council member.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very big concern for Congressman Stewart, and I think showing all of the work that you've done would be helpful for everyone.
Yes, I agree.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. Obviously, I'm looking at the FEMA map, and there is significant parts of my district that there are, there are potential flood areas, and that could be just the map alone could be scary to think about, and hopefully this doesn't happen. But I have a few questions related to, and I guess this might be questions for the county, but maybe you can help us direct those questions correctly. But are there locations in the west side where neighbors can pick up sandbags? And if not, can we encourage the county to do so? So that would be one question, I guess, and I can stop right there because I think it's a good segue for the next part.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, with respect to sandbags, that is something that we'd be able to and happy to coordinate with the county on additional sandbag locations. I know that they have their one location is in Murray, Midvale, but I think that there have been some requests for some additional locations, and actually some folks that have stepped up to the plate to volunteer for sandbag filling locations. So I will follow up with you on that, council member. I also should mention that there are areas, particularly in proximity to the Jordan River, that are listed in the FEMA floodplains. There is a major piece of flood control infrastructure that alleviates that pressure, and that is the surplus canal, which essentially is able to drain the Jordan River away from those areas when it reaches higher flows or to accommodate anticipated flows. So that is one area that might be helpful to communicate and potentially mitigate some of those concerns.
That's great. I guess when we're preparing for something like this, it's better to be prepared for worst case scenario and, be ready and say, okay, we overreacted a little bit, and that's better than, having some things. And you mentioned very recently to us about all the improvements that been done since '83 and '84 to prevent that from happening again. And I hope that we can fire up those engines and make sure that everything is working because they haven't been used for many years. Some of these tools that that were invested. And when we're talking about communicating with the community, the city has the Salt Lake City mobile app, and I think it could be very useful to test some push notifications through the app, and and maybe invite members of the community to sandbags event, making bags. I don't know how you say that, making sandbags, and or some other information about this if this is necessary. I might actually encourage some people to download the app, which is always a good thing to be part of of making the city better. And as far as reporting the stormwater drains, I've been seeing some of that in social media. I think maybe we should encourage the administration to present to all the community councils about the importance to do that right now before the warm. Well, it's going to be like 60 some this weekend, so we're going to have quite a bit of melting snow. I don't know why I shoveled a foot of snow from my driveway a minute ago. But I want to make sure that we communicate that information very well with the community councils. And to be completely sincere, it is hard for communities like mine sometimes to have the time to do this work. And we need to remember that. So if we can keep an extra eye on storm drains on the west side, that will be very appreciated.
Yes, and thank you for raising that, council member. And if there's anything my team and I can do in coordination with you and community members, we're happy to come out to neighborhood meetings and make ourselves very available to address questions and provide resources where we can. So let's keep in communication about that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council members, any other questions for Director Briefer? Thank you, Director Briefer. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
With that, we'll be moving on to agenda item number 2, which is our equity update. I believe, hopefully, we have Roxana Orellana, Kristen Hansen, and Zalome Mayor. Thank you for joining us. Roxana, it's good to see you.
Thank you for having us. Roxana Orellana, Policy Advisor for Refugee and New Americans. And I'm just here to introduce to you our new Afghan court. Ooh, okay, there you go. Okay. Is that better? Okay. I am here to introduce our new Afghan coordinator, Zalome Mayor. And he is our newest member through a one-year grant that we received through the county. And I'll just let him speak for himself about his work.
Thank you. Thank you, dear council member. My name is Zalome Mayor. I'm, as Roxana said, working with Know Your Neighbor program coordinator. And I'm new with this team, so it's a part-time job and 1-year contract. So in the Know Your Neighbor program, we are 3 people working. Roxana as a policy advisor and administrative support. Kristen Hansen, she is working as a program manager, and I'm as program coordinator. My work is more with the Afghan community because I'm originally from Afghanistan and can speak with both language, in the Afghan language, and also I understand the Afghan culture and Afghan family problems.
Can we get the next slide?
Yep. Oh, next slide, sorry. I think I speak a little faster. Yep.
All right, were you ready? Do you need one more?
Yes, please.
Okay, next slide. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, yeah, that's good. I'm coming from Know Your Neighbor benefit to this position. I was in IT program, which Know Your Neighbor volunteers support that program, and start a job in the IMS Salt Lake City Corporation as apprentice, and hire here in the mayor office in this position. So this is like example, the benefit of the Know Your Neighbor program. So I'm an example. There are a lot of Afghan family living here in Salt Lake City. I know their problem. I know their cultural barriers. I know their challenges here. And this is why I can help them better to solve their problems. When there are a lot of Afghan came to United States with evacuation, so there are a few organizations can help them, IRC, CCS, and some governmental organization, but their budget and their staff was not enough. So right now there are a lot of Afghan, they don't have any specific support so from the organization. Right now government and people only two sides can help these refugees. So I know a lot problems, the Afghan refugees. They have problem in speaking in English language because many of them just came here without preparation to learn English or go to some English classes. They have problem in housing, they have problem in health, they have problem in the education, transportation, childcare, and many other area. And I know there are a lot of women have specific problem because of their cultural problem in Afghanistan, and here with different culture, they need more help, especially the women, refugees more than the other area. Many these problems interconnected each other. For example, in an Afghan family, one person going to a job and working and have income. The other people don't have. Why? Because their wives or women, they don't know how to work. They don't know how to speak. So, and they have a lot of child. They cannot leave their child at home. They don't know how to use the transportation. So here the volunteers can help this kind of people. And if they don't go to job and find the opportunity or education, so their family cannot actually be like other American here. Before here we came, I thought Afghan family problems more than other refugees. Why? So I was in Afghanistan when there was evacuation. So in one night, everything destroyed. And many people just try to take their body and come to United States. So they don't bring any documents. They don't prepare it for any English or living here in different culture, in different economic and every situation. So, and they came here thousand. So a lot of Afghan came here. They cannot find house. They cannot actually find like education and other opportunities. Also, I understand there are a lot of mental problem Afghan family refugee has here. So Know Your Neighbor program can help a lot Afghan family refugees and other refugees, because when we don't have enough source in organization and governmental organization, people can help, but people cannot connect with the Afghan refugees. And this program make connection between the volunteers and refugees. So we have different programs in Know Your Neighbor program. For example, we have,
Next slide, please.
sorry, next slide. So we have like WOCSI program. WOCSI is a program that Afghan refugee can learn English language and can learn job skills in English language. So it can help them to find a job and can help them to speak in society and make relation with the other American. Also, we have childcare program. So in this program, some volunteers help the Afghan refugee to help with their child. So with this childcare, the women's or the family can go to find job and continue their education. We have document assistance. With this help, so volunteer help refugees to process their document, their legal status solved, because legal status is a problem. So many of them don't know how to fill forms for work permit, forms for TPS and other, or social security card. So here volunteers can help them. Or we have in the refugee center a lot of programs which volunteers support this program, like IT, sewing classes, and also women mentorship programs. So it means volunteers can help a lot refugees. I understand there are some funds in government, in federal or state or city for refugee, but that's not enough for a lot of Afghans. And the only way we can help volunteers. So I'm not ask this or request this support for Know Your Neighbor from the council as a person who work in this program as a Afghan, part of the Afghan community here. Because I understand there are a lot of Afghan refugee, and they like to be like other people in society, like other American people, but they need the people help. And only way other people can help with the Know Your Neighbor. Thank you, and we are here for your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Council members. Councilmember Valdemoros.
I have a question. I know we're short on time, but it seems like a great opportunity for us to help. It seems like there is a lot of need. And then I don't know how the whole system works, but then maybe you can enlighten me on how it works, because if I know we welcome refugees, so I think the state, it's always demonstrated that. But to me, it seems like we say, yes, we're going to invite and we want this amount of people, but then we don't have the resources to help them get the documents that they need and go through the immigration process so that they become regular and all the things. And so what happens? Like, can you educate me? Because I don't feel like I understand why, we need so much, still, like, people need so much help, because.
I can start that, and I'll let Kristen follow through that. Well, the Afghan group is a little bit different because so many of them came at once. Usually, you can scale in groups, like in steps. But because it was a specific, particular situation, they all came at once, and it was an emergency. Right. So also the state offers that support, not the state, I'm sorry, the resettlement organizations, but again, limited funds, and then that's when the state takes over, and the city assists through the Know Your Neighbor program to assist those groups once they have exited the resettlement agencies' services, and then the state steps in, and it's just, backlog of like anything, related to immigration or resettlement. It takes time. And for example, the mayor just sent a letter in support of asking the federal government to try to speed up the process for refugees to be able to access work documents, so they can, for example, Venezuelans or Afghans can integrate a little faster into the system, because right now the waiting period is up to a year, and people need to work. So there's always gaps there, but the Afghan community it's a little bit different in that area, because so many of them came as a group
at once, all together. Okay, got it. Thank you.
I would just like to add on that the Afghan community, although we call them refugees, they're not brought over it through the refugee resettlement program. They are brought on a humanitarian parole visa, which is unique. It wasn't used in the scale that it was for the Afghan crisis previously ever before in the U.S. So they're all brought essentially through refugee resettlement pathways, but without that actual legal status of being a refugee, which ends up with citizenship, which means that they are all expected to apply for asylum if they would like to stay here permanently. And that's about 918 people in Utah applying for asylum all at once, beyond all of the backlog from all of the other asylum communities that we have here. So that's another issue with that. Sorry, could you repeat that?
That like our Venezuelans?
Yes, exactly. So it's that 918 on top of our traditional backlog. Yeah. And I would just like to also mention that the pathway that Roxana was talking about with the case management period through the resettlement agencies in Utah was just brought down from 2 years to 12 months, which is another issue that is facing these communities. That's, you know, only 12 months to gather everything that they need to integrate and thrive here. And that's just not enough time, no matter how you look at it. So that's where the program comes in.
Thank you for your work. Council members, anything else? Councilmember Mano, I want to make sure I see you over there. Okay. Again, thank you so much for presenting today. Thank you for your work. It's valuable work to our city, so thank you so much. With that, we will be moving on to agenda item number 3, CDBG. Whoop, whoop. We have 75 minutes allotted for this. And I know that we're a little bit behind, but if I can, I plan on taking as much time as needed because I think, Ben, you told me yesterday we got through 2 items on the agenda.
2 pages in the funding log.
Yeah, so, and there's more than 2 pages on this funding log. I don't know if y'all saw that. So as much time as needed. I don't want to like take too much time repeating ourselves, but hopefully we can get through this as much as possible. Yes.
Councilmember Petro is at a meeting that she's obligated to attend, so she's not able to be here. So she wanted to ask your patience because when she gets back into the room, she'll have a few things to ask about. So,
well,
apologies.
Maybe y'all should sit back down and we can move over to agenda item number 4.
Well, I don't know. That won't work either.
Why?
She'll be on that meeting until 3:30. And she has no choice about that. Maybe, I don't know, maybe
It's
that'll be
2:48, so if
Okay,
we
might
went
work.
to agenda item number 4 and talked about the downtown building height and street activation until...
Sure. Okay.
For 30 minutes, that would put us at 3.
Okay.
We can take a break, and then as soon as she gets here, we can go to, is that okay with everyone here? I want to make sure everybody has a chance to talk about what they want to talk about.
Planning staff, I don't see them, so I'm not sure.
Oh,
Planning staff.
yeah. Hold, please. We're having calendaring issues. Because I don't know that it makes sense to start a conversation and then restart it when she gets here.
Right. There wasn't any way around it. That was our.
No, that's fine. I just, right? Like, it doesn't make sense to start the conversation and then restart it if...
She didn't have many things, but.
Well, what if we took a quick break and maybe got in touch with planning to see if planning could come down and talk about items number 4 and 6.
Yes.
And then if y'all can hold on for CDBG, we'll get there when Victoria gets here. Councilmember Petro?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
can we offer them coffee? So they,
Yeah, there's plenty. I mean, after we make another pot, because I already drank the first pot, but yes.
Snacks are right this way.
Yep. So let's take a quick 5 to 10 minute break. We'll figure it out and reconvene. much for giving us a moment to regroup during some scheduling. The work of of elected officials never ends, and we are all spread in different ways. Anna, you can't leave because then I don't have a quorum unless Darren is. Okay. So thank you again for a brief recess. We are, in fact, going to move on to CDBG. Ben and the team, if you will come up and give us your intro, and we can go from there. Thank you again for everybody's flexibility. Appreciate you.
If any council members or anyone in the audience needs copies of the funding log and the other attachments, we have plenty on the table in the corner. There are 3 new attachments that I'll walk through, and then we also have responses from the administration to some of the questions the council raised at the last briefing. Attachment 4, we do have hard copies of this one available today. This was prepared by council staff. Council members had asked for a summary sheet of all of the funds that are going through the Housing Stability Division that will still need council approval. So those funds are on attachment 4. You'll see the very first thing listed is the annual HUD grants, what we're talking about today. And then there is also, I believe, 7 other pots of funding listed below it. The status column, it's the second from the right-hand side. The status column tells you where these funds are currently at. In some instances, such as the pandemic emergency rental assistance funding, most of that has already been spent, but there is still $2 million to come back to the council. So if you wanted to see where all the funds are at or what your policy priorities were across the different funds, we have those listed here. So hopefully this is a handy reference for today, but also as we talk about other funds as they come back to the council. The other new attachment is number 5. We don't have hard copies of this one. It's attached in the packet. It's comparing the housing rehabilitation and repair programs. This is from the division. It has an overview of 13 different housing rehabilitation programs that are available in the county, 8 of which are available in the city.
Sorry, Ben, is this in the staff report, Housing Stability Division summary of the 2 programs? That's what it's titled?
It's attachment 5.
Oh, attachment. Oh, okay, there it is.
Yep. And this relates to CDBG housing number 1 and CDBG housing number 5. At the last briefing, some council members expressed interest in shifting some or all of the funding for the small repair program. It's a little over $41,000, shifting it from the application that Housing Stability Division submitted to Assist, which is the first application in the housing category. There's a couple policy questions on that topic. The small repair program lacks legislative policy guidance from the council. So even if it's being shifted and the functions would be through Assist or another community service provider, would the council still like to provide some policy guidance? For example, should the funds be prioritized for certain types? It could be energy efficiency, for example. Should the funds be spread further? So a homeowner could only access the funds every 2 years. There have been some homeowners that have accessed the funds every year since the program started in 2017. So that could indicate a significant need and backlog of deferred maintenance for some of these homeowners, but it also shows that the funds are not being spread to benefit more residents. So it's a balancing test. And the policy guidance doesn't have to be today, but we wanted to highlight that in case you're interested. The other new attachment is number 6. This is the one that you asked about a moment ago, comparing the Housing Stability Division programs. There are 5 applications that the Housing Stability Division submitted, and it's a little over $2.4 million in total funding across all 5 that they're recommended to receive. So if you want to compare what those 5 programs are, attachment 6 is where you can do that. We don't. If you want printouts, we can make it happen. If there's no questions on the 3 attachments, I'm going to go to recaptured funding. The council asked at the last briefing where the sources were for the funds that were recaptured in CDBG, Home, and HOPWA. And I think we can put it up on the screen. And I'm seeing that this is off. Well, it's on the big screen in the corner. So there are 3 different grants, and they each have separate sources of recaptured funding. It's relatively small for HOPWA, $80,000, and in Home, it was 1 previous award, $200,000, and the organization CDC Utah was unable to use any of the funds. For CDBG, there are several awards that are being recaptured. And these are from the last 2 cycles, so not just last year, but also the year before, fiscal year 21. So the largest ones are the amount approved for administration. This is funding that HUD allows for the costs incurred by the city to administer the program. Most of this goes to personnel time in the finance department, the attorney's office, and the Housing Stability Division.
Ben, I'm going to interrupt you right there for a second. So in this almost $2 million, this is over the last 2 years, it's meant for administration work, and we haven't used it. Is that correct?
That's why it's being recaptured.
So why haven't we used it? And like, if this is for administrative costs, is this something to pay an FTE? Do we need to transfer this to finance and have finance get an FTE to go over some of the federal guidelines? Why aren't we using almost $1 million a year for administrative costs?
It's a total of $500,000 from the last 2 years.
Oh, $500,000.
Yep. And a note, in previous years, it was separated out, so a certain amount was available to the attorney's office, a certain amount to finance, and a certain amount to the division. This year, it's all rolled together into one, so the funding is more flexible. I don't know if that's going to translate into more use, so I think your question still stands about why the $500,000 wasn't used the last 2 years.
I think can we hear from the department on why?
Yeah, I was looking towards me. Not to put you on the spot, but I am curious.
Good question, Councilwoman Fowler. So the short answer is basically with those 2 years, the program year 2020, 2021, 21, 22, a lot of it comes down to some staffing changes in staffing capacity, but then also COVID. So this kind of directly relates to COVID, both for our programs, but then the other programs that we were funding in the community, CDCU, NeighborWorks as well, all experienced large declines in just actually being able to go door to door, meet with clients, advertise services as well. So across the board, we all saw a decline due to being in the midst of COVID.
Sure, I understand that, but so you're suggesting, like, the other things I'm looking at on this up here is like the NeighborWorks, the Housing and Stability Division for targeted repair and small repair, that we are recapturing that a lot because of COVID. Is that accurate?
Unfortunately, because of COVID delays, yeah.
Okay. But the administration part is just in-house administrative work, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I?
Yeah.
So just to follow up on that, so to the extent that our city wasn't able to use that federal money, we used city taxpayer money in its place. Is that?
No.
No?
So we didn't fund any FTEs or any work done by a canner hand or employee or attorney or finance through general fund instead of this.
For our CDBG admin, we incur the costs ahead of time and then go back and reimburse HUD for eligible staffing hours.
And so are you saying that you got the maximum reimbursement that you could through CDBG, and there aren't any other eligible city expenses, including like finance or?
Correct. And I think in years past, because Ben kind of mentioned it too, in both of these years, we can go back and double check and provide that, is that the broken out amounts for both finance and the attorney's office were fully maximized. And so
I'm sorry, Tony, I have to put this in like
Oh, you're
my
good.
layman's brain terms, but that turn out to be like weird lawyer ideas. Like, so basically the person that is assigned to work on HUD programming sort of bills their hours, if you will. And then that billing of hours goes to HUD. We, as the city, pay that person, but then those billed hours go to HUD and they reimburse us for those billed hours.
yes, exact hours, because HUD won't let us do percentages, so we actually have exact hours per pay period.
Okay, and so because of COVID, because there was just, the world shut down for a minute there, we weren't billing enough hours to maximize this $500,000 over the last 2 years.
Yes.
Okay. That helps me make a little bit more sense, I think.
Yeah, so there was no eligibility for more reimbursement from the federal government, either for CAN administration, your administration, the finance or attorney.
Yeah, that's correct, because it has to be directly related to the administration of the CDBG program. So we also keep all those people get to keep external timesheets as well, which they submit to us and track all of that time, so.
And I'm sorry to keep digging this hole, but we do have finance and attorney that are eligible to bill hours. I'm going to keep using that lawyer term because it makes sense to me. Eligible to bill hours in the administration of those funds. It's not like the program person is writing the check, right? It's that if you're working on moving those funds from A to C, then you can bill those hours. Okay. That clears up a little bit for me. Councilmember Dugan.
So thanks for that clarification and education there. So now these are recaptured, and do they have a timeline that we have to use these funds with, or are they all just still molded together with the current fundings so that they can actually have increased programs and we can actually do more this year because we have the additional funds to use it? And then the next question is, do they have to stay in the same block as far as what they were used in the first time, or same program, I guess?
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Yeah.
It does, yeah.
Okay.
Good question.
So the time to spend them down is related to the timeliness tests that happen. So all of that money that is being reallocated is included in the totals that are here. With admin, you can't use old admin on admin from the previous year. So that amount was the 20% cap that we're allowed for CDBG admin. That was the amount that we were under that. And so that money just becomes sort of generally available. It can't be used on the public services CDBG category because that has its own cap on it, but it's available for the other types of programs under CDBG.
And so all this money is already recaptured in what we're going to discuss next?
Yes.
Beautiful.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions on my interrupting question I feel like that's a knock-knock joke about interrupting cow. But go ahead, Ben.
The other response from the last briefing is about CDBG housing number 6, the Community Land Trust, which is also called the Shared Equity Program. The council had asked what the previous appropriation of $250,000 in fiscal year 21 was used for, and what the request for the new appropriation, $406,000, would be used for. The previous appropriation, the $250,000, was used with other funding sources to purchase 3 homes that are in the Community Land Trust now. The $406,000 that's requested would be used to continue the current approach of exercising the buyback option in mortgages. So the properties that are in the Community Land Trust have a buyback option, and this can only be exercised if the mortgage is sold within the first 15 years. And the funds could also be used to purchase new properties and add them into the trust. It depends on when the current property owners in the Community Land Trust want to sell.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Could we clarify? I think this is one of the programs that the council hasn't had a chance to weigh in on from a policy perspective. Is that correct?
That's correct. There's a resolution that authorized the creation of the land trust, but it had no policy guidance for the program.
Madam Chair, I have questions. So, so you purchased 3 homes with $250. Just kidding. $250,000. That's amazing. But you said you leveraged that money with another pot of money. Mm-hmm. What other part of money is the first question, and then the second question is, where are these 3 homes?
Yeah, so it was leveraged with previously budgeted CDBG and home program income when they were budgeting funds through the annual process for program income previously.
Okay.
And we provided to council staff a list of all the CLT properties, and so we can certainly highlight on the sheet that we provided to council staff where those homes are.
Okay. And thanks. I'll just note, sorry if I could, that the program income fund is the funding that is going to be coming to you at a later date for you to appropriate because it wasn't clearly delineated in the past. Correct. So there are 2 sources, 2 issues relating to this program that it's a good program, but it needs clearer appropriation and council weigh in.
Thank you, Cindy. So at this point, if I'm looking at our log, we're looking at number 6 on this issue, right, Ben? This is the ask for $406,000. And what I'm seeing is that we have $250,000 already there?
From 2 years ago.
From 2 years ago, and that's where we bought the 3 houses.
Correct.
Okay. And then we have an upcoming PIF program. I hate acronyms. Jen Bruno. I'm sorry I did that. Program funding income, PFI, whatever it's called, program, where we're also going to talk about the Community Land Trust. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
At a later date.
We just received the transmittal today. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Questions on this? I mean, I'm happy to take that money and put it elsewhere. Sorry, no offense, but I am. Just because we haven't had like a clear vision on where we're going with the Community Land Trust, and it seems like it's good, but there's still some questions there. And if we're talking about program income, program finance, what the heck is it?
PI, program income.
Finance, or that there might be some wiggle room there, and I'm just throwing this out to council members as we're looking at other things that may or may not have been funded. That's on me, but
But it's our responsibility to give them the policy stuff, so it's really kind of
Which we haven't done yet.
Yeah, so it's
Yeah.
like our job. But this is also can impact a lot of homes. I said it's 215 homes that could possibly impact it. So on home ownership, so that's back to us to have that discussion on it.
Cindy?
And these homes are already purchased, the 215, is that correct?
No, that is, the 215 is the potential.
Potential.
Yeah, so those are the potential homes that are still under buyback clauses with the city.
Yeah.
So are we sort of obligated already?
You're not obligated. We have the first right of purchase or refusal on those properties,
That's
and we've actually turned 3 down so far this year that were sold on the private market that we had the first right to purchase.
Okay.
I have a question on that, Madam Chair.
Yes, of course, Chair.
So if we don't
Councilmember Romano.
exercise our first right of refusal, does that property then completely leave the community land trust?
No.
Nope.
So it stays in the community land trust, it's sold on the private market, but at a reduced rate because the value of the land is still retained by the city. Am I understanding this model correctly?
No. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, so to clarify, Councilman Mano, so the 17 homes currently in the community land trust, none of those have been sold. If they ever were to be sold to a new home, it would be to an eligible homeowner. The city always maintains the land, so then that way it's permanently affordable. The 3 new homes at question, they were purchased with our first right of refusal through the city's separate home ownership mortgage program. So we have in all of those mortgages, we have a 15-year right of refusal clause that we can either exercise or not exercise. So for the 3 that were utilized, for the other ones, those were utilized. But since we've kind of paused this program, waiting council direction, since then there have been 3 sold of our mortgages. They
Okay, I'm combining the 2 programs. They're 2 separate things.
Right.
The 3 that were sold that we did not exercise the first right of refusal were not part of the 17 in the community land trust.
Correct.
And so those are
thank
owned
you.
privately entirely, is that right?
Yes.
But because we helped with the mortgage, we have the right to purchase those before they're sold on the private market.
Yes.
And if doing that, we could put them then into the community land trust.
Correct.
You probably said this like 7 times. I'm sorry if we're all really slow, but thank you for going over it
All
one more
good.
time.
Any other questions on this particular item? We might get through page 3, Ben. With that, if you'll keep going, please.
That's everything I have for responses to the council's questions from the last briefing, so we can pick it up at the top of page 3.
Perfect.
That item, there's only one in the category of neighborhood improvements this year. In previous years, this is also where you would have seen things like transportation. There were no applications this year related to the transportation goal. The one item we do have is the Neighborhood Business Facade Improvement Program. The recommendation for funding is $925,000. This is a significant increase over what the program has been awarded in previous years. That's a combination of 2 things. It's inflation, so it costs more to do the same projects, but also a hope to do more projects as well. And so that would have a workload increase for the current staff.
Madam Chair, I have a question about that. So the money that wasn't used because of COVID, the $143,000 that we just talked about, is that going to go back to this pot of money for this following year, or is that money recaptured somewhere else and then we need to decide what to do with it? Or does it roll over, like no, it stays here?
So the unspent funds from this program from the previous years was recaptured, and it goes into, including this pot, but yeah, this one in the housing, it's just part of the total 1.2 million that we reallocated or have available for this allocation.
Okay, so it would be let's say we said yes to 925 plus 143. That's more or less what we'll have.
No, yeah, the 143 is
It's already
already
in the
included in
925.
the total.
Thanks.
All this is already in here.
Already in there, got it, thanks.
Madam Chair. So I do like this program a lot, and I think it's very useful. I guess this is not so much about the money, but it relates to the money. But in previous years, they created a dedicated area where this money needed to be utilized, and many of those areas were in my district or on the west side. And what I worry is that we add the significant increase in budget, but then we go too wide on this area, and the impact on the community is fewer, if that makes sense. So do you guys decided already what areas are you guys going to try to target to use this facade improvement?
Scott, can you put attachment 3 up on the big screen? This is the target area that the council selected as part of the 5-year consolidated plan, and that's where these funds are limited to.
That makes easier if we can
So
see that.
it's the same target area.
Oh, this is fantastic then. And the attachment is going to come up eventually, but if not, I will find it in somewhere in my documents.
Attachment 3.
Okay. Thank you.
So if we can zoom in a little bit, it's if you remember selecting the area, we called this the Utah option because it vaguely looks like the state outline.
Yeah.
So
It's the area with hash
Yes, the
marks.
black hash marks, correct. And this was partly selected because on the north end, it aligns with the North Temple RDA project area, and on the east side, it aligns with the State Street RDA project area. Exactly.
This is great. Thank you.
Councilmember Petro.
Can you help me remember more clearly? I thought this building, the facade improvement, went through economic development. Do they just promote this and it's always executed through you all?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we work in close partnership with DED on this program.
Thank you.
I think there's also a program in RDA for facade improvement. So that's why it gets a little bit confusing.
I would really love if council staff could help us identify if there is a functional redundancy somewhere.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry, I put a mint in. Any other questions from council members on this item? All right, Ben, we're on to number 2. Let's go.
So that takes us to the public services category. This is the category that has the most applications, but the least available funding, which is what makes it difficult every year. The total category is limited to 15% of the annual CDBG award. The funding recommendations do max out at the 15%. This means if funding is to be shifted from one public services application to another, you can't take funding from a different CDBG category and add it to public services. It all has to be within this category.
Council members, do we need to walk through each and every one of these, or is there specific asks, questions? How do we feel we can be most efficient? Which is difficult for us, but yes, Councilmember Petro.
I would like to make sure that we get, the minimum threshold on these is 30,000, correct? I'd like to make sure we get to 30,000 for line item number 8. I know from experience that those who are most closely acquainted with the community often are those most capable of spending the money efficiently. And so if we're trying to reach refugees, that organization seems uniquely poised to do that. I don't have specific recommendations at this point for where to siphon off, but I can work on chiseling away and coming up with those suggestions.
Thank you.
Madam
And
Chair.
yes,
Sorry.
Councilmember Valdemoros.
I have my request as well to fund number 7 because it's the adult mental health program that serves the adults with a primary severe mental illness diagnosis. So it's very important. This is one of the things that we talk every day about. I feel like, at least maybe in my head, myself, I don't know. But it's very important that we tackle this issue from all the angles that we can within our statutory responsibilities.
How much?
Thank you.
How much are you aiming
Well,
for?
55, whatever they requested, 55,000.
Almost no one in this category got what they were requesting, if like one or two. Would you be okay with a compromise? And
Yeah, that's
Okay.
fine.
I think for me, if we were to at least do the threshold of 30.
Right.
That gives us, because I'm with you. Sorry, these mints. No, for real. But this is important to me as well. So I think at least if we try to figure out a way to meet that 30,000 threshold on that one. And also, I agree with Councilmember Petro that 30,000 threshold with number 8 are important. None of us have ideas yet of where to take this from. Wait, that will come, I'm sure. Lots of arguments.
And staff is available to help brainstorm.
Thank you. Right. Council members, more things?
Yeah, no.
I do have a question about the in-between. I love the in-between. I support the in-between. I, somewhere in my brain, remember that maybe or maybe not they got some funding from the state. Does anyone remember this, or did I make this up in a dream?
There was a time when they got funding. I don't know if it was
I
one-time
thought they got some
funding.
this legislative session.
We supported an appropriation request, but I can't remember. Rachel, do you remember if it was successful?
Can we look into that? Because, again, I maybe made it up in a dream, but I could have sworn that there was some money appropriated from the state, and that would help me feel less bad if we took some of their money and gave it to another program.
So I'm looking at Kate Bradshaw's presentation to the council from, I think, 2 weeks ago, and it listed $100,000 to the in-between for end-of-life respite care. I'm not sure if it's for programming or capital improvements, but $100,000.
I think it's capital improvements. Again, somewhere in my brain it's there.
We'll try to confirm.
Yeah, and the purpose of it will be helpful too, because if it was for capital improvements, this is for general operating, and those are two completely different things. And
Recognizing they're two completely different things, it would help me feel less bad to take some of their money. Maybe not all of it, but some of it.
Yeah, we definitely need to find a place to find this $60,000. So it has to come from someplace.
I mean, the request here is 56. So even if we took them down to the threshold, knowing that they had some money from the state, that's $26,000 that we can put towards one of the other programs that we're interested in funding, right? So again, it's all about feeling less bad because we don't have enough money to feel all the way good.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I just want to just drop my 2 cents in here. I'm hesitant to take money away from the in-between, but I am understanding we're trying to stretch things as far as we can go, but it'll take a little bit of additional conversations for me to be comfortable with removing it from that specific applicant.
Yeah, I agree. I would like to keep the funding for the in-between. I know that we had those previous conversations, and previously the in-between wasn't scoring within the limit. They weren't scoring high enough from the recommendations or from the committee to make them competitive. And so since they've made those improvements, I would not support cutting them.
Well, and I just want to be clear. I'm not suggesting not funding them. I'm suggesting taking some of their money, considering they got money from the state. And I don't think any other organization on this list has gotten money from the state. So it is simply, again, I support them. I've been supporting them from the beginning. It is simply trying to spread the money a little bit more. And if somebody is getting funding from somewhere else, which we can continuously ask for, is that the state and the county step up and fund some of these things that we all appreciate and love. again, not asking to cut them or not give them money, simply saying, or cut them all the way out, simply saying, can we take a little bit of it?
And Madam Chair.
Yes, Councilmember Dugan.
And I know we've done this in the past also, where we also make sure that we're funding them for what they can do, for the appropriate amount. If we cut too much off of them, then they can't get a full FTE, they can't get the full program. So and I know you've done that before, where, hey, if they don't get this much money, they don't get an FTE either, they don't get this, they can't service the program well enough. So really it ends up being a waste to even fund them at that point. So I know Ben has done that in the past where, hey, if we give you 30, you can still do it. But if we only give you, or excuse me, we can give you 40, you do it. But if we give you 30, you really can't support yourself. So.
Yeah, if the council needs additional information about what level of funding the applicant thinks they could work with, and sometimes it's a question of, are they a large enough organization to have other funding sources? We can gather those details.
Yeah, I think that's what we'd really like to have in front of us.
We'll do that on this one.
Thank you.
Go ahead, present your proposal.
This is a first attempt. It is not necessarily a full-on proposal, but identifying places where maybe there's some wiggle room so we can spread the peanut butter a little thinner. If you look at number 2, we could afford to take $26,492 from there, and we would still be at the $30,000 threshold. Number 3, we can afford to take $22,892 and still be at the $30,000 threshold. The dental services, I just took $5,000 off because, you know, you need a little bit. 50,000 is a nice round number still. What number is that? That's number 9, sorry. Number 14, we could afford to take. Sorry, go back to 9. I just proposed a 5,000 off of that. Keep it at 50 with a nice round number. And then 26,084 off of number 14 would keep us at the $30,000 threshold. And that would provide us with $86,617. Did I miss number 20? Sorry. Correct, yes. Number 20, we could go down to remove $6,249 from that, and that would still be a $13,000 year-over-year increase for the YWCA, which I fought for last year, so thanks for not making me fight for them this year. That would give us $86,617 to spread around. That could be 30 to the one that I care about, where is the number? To number 8. That could be 30,000 to number 7, and we could either redistribute that back to the programs we took it out of or pump up someone else.
Sorry, can you do the first 2 cuts again? Before donated dental.
So number 2 would be minus 26,492. It's basically just taking it down to 30,000. Number 3 would be 22,892, again, taking that down to the threshold of 30,000.
While I know money cannot be transferred pot to pot, number 2 and number 3 are receiving substantial support from other pots, which also does free up their own personal fundraising and or grant writing capacity to cover some of these cuts that we would make to the request.
Yeah. Ben, how much, I know you did this for me before, how much is, First Step has 5 applications?
Correct.
Totaling, if they were to receive everything, totaling, I think 1-point-something million?
Yeah, it was over $1 million.
I think it's 1.3 million. And I love I love all of these things, mind you. Right. None of us are saying we don't love these programs. Simply trying to figure out the other programs. So I do think, because you did do this calculation for me, Ben, and I think it's around 1.3 million that in total
That
First
sounds
Step
right.
House would be receiving. So taking down some of this to spread that to Odyssey House, which, and I'm just going to put my plug in here real quick. Odyssey House, you know, I work with a lot of people coming out of incarceration, a lot of people struggling with substance abuse disorders, mental health disorders that find themselves in the criminal justice system. And Odyssey House does an amazing job at creating another space for people. First Step House does also an amazing job. They cater to a certain population. Odyssey House caters to a different population. And the more spaces I have to help clients find resources, the better for me. It's my criminal defense person talking, not just my counsel person talking. So knowing that First Step House has these other applications and thinking that maybe we can kind of support another program and another resource is really important to me, because I do know that there's different populations that are met there.
Madam Chair, on that same note, the Odyssey House and the county funding and the state funding on different mental health pots of money, it'd be nice to know, is the Odyssey House getting additional fundings, or where there other different funding that's coming from? Because again, this is the city doing some of the jobs that from the county standpoint, they do the mental health side. And I know there's a balance there and everyone needs some money across the board, but just give us all that information. That would be helpful.
So, sorry, Ben, go ahead.
I was just going to confirm for Councilmember Dugan, we can look at that. And then with the Councilmember Petro's proposal, First Step House would still be receiving $888,000 across the other applications. If those funding shifts were not made, they would be just below $1 million.
Great, thank you. I also, well, council members, I apologize. You guys first, anybody, before I keep talking?
I'm sorry, we're trying to follow along, but Madam Chair, so the proposal is the two First Step House ones going down to 30,000, donated dental going down to 50,000, and where were the other cuts?
We actually, as I review it, we don't need to make a cut to number 9 dental or number 20, the YWCA, because we have more money than we need in the cuts that I made.
Okay, so the cuts are just number 2 and 3?
But that's not enough to give us 60, right?
Okay, so the cuts are, ready?
Yes.
Yeah,
Number 2, 26,492.
Yes.
Number 3, 22,892. Number 14, 26,084. There were two
Okay.
others, the dental and the YWCA, but since we identified more than what we were looking for.
So, sorry, go ahead, Darren.
Just reiterating before, the one that I'm still not yet ready to agree to cutting is number 14. The in-between.
Okay.
Ben, when are we set? What is our next action on these on CDBG?
The council is scheduled to vote April 18th, so you have the opportunity for a follow-up briefing on April 11th, if there's space on the agenda. Otherwise, it would be the 18th, but we're off-site, and that's also the same night to vote.
Okay. Council members, I mean, I'm just pro tem acting chairperson right now because Darren is in Philadelphia. And Victoria came in off of another very important meeting, but my suggestion would be that we sit with this proposal because it was just sort of thrown out. I think we can all talk amongst ourselves, determine what we want to do with that. This is sort of how CDBG works generally, is some negotiations between people, and then come back, and I would leave that to chair and vice chair, obviously, either the 11th for an updated briefing or just prepared to vote on the 18th. But I think I'm in favor of the proposal and looking at some of those things that were proposed, there may be something else that another council member may bring up, but what do council members think of that idea? Chair, Madam Vice Chair.
Real quickly, I am looking at how much we actually need to take from First Step House to make this 60,000 threshold. So I will get back to you with a proposed number, which will be a smaller cut to the in-between, sorry.
And I want to, I like the direction that we're heading and what you just suggested. And I'm sure dentists out there are already donating time probably, but I mean, I'm assuming they are helping with dental services. But if there's any way that we can send a request, I'm not sure if there's a Utah Dental Association or the School of Dentistry at the U or whatever to say, you know, we highly encourage you to, you know, donate your hours and your services to this group that we really need. They're downtown Salt Lake City, our homeless neighbors. We're short $5,000. Would you guys be able to, you know, donate this? I mean, I think there are other resources out there for us to like send a letter or an email, at least of encouragement, so that we can spread the love with the money that we have from CDBG and not have to fight amongst ourselves or feel like we couldn't do that program, or we couldn't do that program. I'm sure there's a lot of willing people out there that want to help the costs here, so.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Petra.
After doing the quick math, it would appear that I would only propose to take number 14, the in-between, down to $40,468. It's removing $15,616 from their current suggested appropriation.
Madam Chair, you know, we're moving numbers, and it's obviously very hard, and there's a million ways of skinning this. And I think we should start with this proposal and keep working it out and see where we meet, because if not, we can spend all day long
So similar to what I suggested by coming back on the 11th and or the 18th?
You ask what we felt, and everybody else took the conversation a different way. I'm answering your question.
I appreciate you answering my question. Thank you.
So yes, let's do that, because we're going to be spending all day long trying to move these numbers around.
Okay. Thank you, Alejandro. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
And again, I'll leave that to the agenda for Chair, Vice Chair, simply a suggestion that we do move on, knowing that there's a proposal out there and maybe some follow-up questions with the Housing Stability Department, Ben, and our team. But we're not even done with the log. What time is it? 3:52. All right, we're only 2 minutes behind. How quick do you think we can get through ESG and home?
Well, since we're through public services, that means we're halfway.
Let's do it. Let's see what we can do for the next 8 minutes.
Something to point out with ESG, so we're on the green heading of the funding log, starting on page 8. It's divided into 2 parts. So part 1 is page 8. And then part 2, which only has 3 applications, is on page 9. And the reason I point out this is part 1 has a cap, similar to the caps that we just discussed for public services.
Sorry, Ben, are these the... So page 8 is the capped area of ESG, right?
Correct. And
are these the only applications we received?
Yes.
And so everybody gets a little bit of money?
Correct.
That is
Great,
correct,
can we go on?
I'll say for the record that is unusual.
Yes. Actually, I'm kidding. Are there any questions I meant to say?
Yeah.
So
No,
next,
Madam Chair, no. I'm listening.
I know you're listening.
next is the orange heading, page 11. This is the Home Investment Partnership Program. And every application is proposed to receive funding except number 2, which is NeighborWorks.
Can we
The
understand?
orange heading, page 11.
And in Public Services, NeighborWorks also was not funded for their financial counseling program, right?
Yeah,
But they are being funded in the housing department.
That's correct. It's CDBG housing number 7. It's NeighborWorks Home Rehabilitation and Improvement Program, where they're recommended to have $406,000.
And then in Public Services, number 10, that's their financial counseling program
Correct.
that they were not recommended funding.
Right, and that's a new program for them applying to CDBG, but they're not recommended for funding in public services. You're correct.
Okay. Okay, so how exactly does this program, and you may not have the answers, but maybe we can get them. How does this program differ from the program that they're getting $407,000 from the housing program? Because both of them look like rehabilitation programs for NeighborWorks, or similar. I like NeighborWorks. I want to fund all of the things I possibly can. I just want to. Does that make sense, what I'm asking?
And since council is planning to meet again on the 11th at another time, it's probably better to do a good analysis that we can provide ahead of time.
Yeah, we can do a breakdown of the difference between the two
Can I-
applications.
Can I also ask, is this a recurring program where they have demonstrated track record of success? Or is this a new program that they're proposing for us to fund?
With home funding, they received funding for the current program year. I believe it was new this program year.
Do we have reports in this one about development activities, including acquisition, new construction? Do we have any?
For the 208, we can get you their accomplishment data.
Well,
for the current program year.
So we have programs here that are pilots listed that are getting funded at almost full ask. And that to me seems like a much riskier investment of our money than another program where we may have seen a track record of success. So I'd like to get clarification on that too, if possible, please.
And along with that, I mean, sorry, Madam Chair, this one also scored at 72, and the other ones have all scored quite a bit higher. So part of it might have been their application or a reason for that low score. So
Yeah, I'd like to know if it was a matter of it wasn't written in a way that the grant reviewers found appealing or easily digestible. This organization under this leader has my lifetime's worth of experience, so I'm willing to overlook sentence structure if we can get guarantees of efficiency and effectiveness.
Other questions? I have another question, Ben, on application number 8 in the home program. Is this also related to the Community Land Trust?
The homebuyer program, correct me if I'm wrong, the homebuyer program is where the 215 current mortgages were originally financed, and those are the ones that have the buyback option, the first right of refusal.
I feel so confused, and I am going to need a small group on this. So I'm like marking number 8 as needing to have more information on, especially as it relates to the homebuyer program and the Community Land Trust and this buyback program and all of the things that right now seem like a little spider web to me that I haven't quite figured out. And it's probably just me.
Madam Chair, I wanted to add to that because, these are some of the policy questions that we have raised in the past and things that we have to decide on. Are we as a city going to have a home buyer program ourselves or the Community Land Trust, or are we going to support those nonprofits out there that are already very successful at doing that? And therefore, if we get into this, then we're competing with them. So are we duplicating the work? and all of those things. So I think it's a valid question. I think that, and what you raised, and I would like to be in that small group meeting, if you will, just to talk about how that works compared to whatever NeighborWorks or CDC or whoever else does similar program, and then maybe perhaps make a decision for the future to say, okay, from now on, I think this is what we need to be doing versus what they need to be doing, and be more effective. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Council members, other questions regarding the home applications? Okay, we're gonna do it. 1 minute left. Hapwa, everybody gets funded.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So and this is bringing back a previous conversation we had about, skinning this, this beast in different ways to try, or I like that phrase of spreading the peanut butter thinner. Never heard that one before. I like it. So the question is that I was asking some of the staff members through my texting was, had we, the council has ever in the past padded or added funds from general budget to meet some of these demands, not requests, maybe because we felt very strongly, and apparently the answer is yes. I would like to really ask, to look at the opportunities to do that, maybe not to necessarily cut, because $10,000 might be not a huge impact into our HUD funds or other pots of money out there, and we can still fund these programs that we know that are doing a good job. So I would like to throw that out there because that's something important to me. See if we can find other ways of meeting some of these requests beyond cutting other programs.
Sure. Thank you. And if this is a few times that a few of us have done this, and Ben and staff are very good at getting creative at where and how we can fund things as much as possible. I think that, as you're aware, we try to have the general fund at a safe balance for catastrophes in the world, which none of us have ever experienced. But I think that if we talk, one of the things for me when we're here is talking about what our priorities are, so that staff and administration can go back and be like, okay, we heard this priority. How can we help out that a little bit? And we may have to cut from programs. It just is what it is. This is, like Ben said, this is one of the first years I've been on the council that it was like, wait a minute, one whole section got funded? What? That's silly talk. But I think this is important to come back and say, how can we look at some of these creative financing tools that we may have, or where can we cut from here, or where can we look at other things?
And that's why I wanted to throw it out there publicly, because maybe there is an option there.
Thank you so much. Ben?
I was just going to respond that I can think of 3 examples in the 8 years I've done CDBG. One of them is the Rape Recovery Center, and there were extenuating circumstances specific to Salt Lake City in getting the backlog of untested sexual assault evidence kits all sent to be tested, which caused a spike in the demand for that nonprofit services as the only provider in the city. The general fund continues to provide a $30,000 funding to that organization to this day. There was also one-time funding, I think it was also $30,000 from the general fund to the in-between, and the application that year scored poorly, and so they did not receive CDBG funding, but the council made a determination to give a one-time $30,000 from the general fund to help them transition their program as they sought other funding sources, since they were a young organization and somewhat reliant on limited sources of funding. The other thought is we have Funding Our Future with a housing critical need category, and many of these applications are related to housing, so there might be opportunities for them to apply for Funding Our Future housing, and the council can always discuss what to prioritize within those critical needs during the annual budget too.
I have another answer.
Okay, Cindy?
Just in addition to what Ben said, and you may have covered this, Ben, and I missed it, but with the other federal funding of funds that are coming to the council, the dormant HUD funds, basically, I think some of those could be used if the council chose to.
Absolutely.
Especially because they're time limited, right? Like we need to get them out.
There is. So attachment 4 has all of those other funds, half of which the council has not discussed in detail about policy guidance. That's a good point.
Yep. Perfect. So real quick, because I would love to like at least get all the way through the log as a favor to the actual chair and vice chair. Is there anything in particular we need to talk about HOPWA? Everything, all the applications from HOPWA are funded, and we got more this year than we have in years prior. Ever. Ben just said ever. So yay for us on that. With that, I think there's some questions, some follow-ups, and I'm throwing it back to the chair and vice chair on hopefully coming back on April 11th for some follow-up discussions so that we can be prepared to vote on the 18th. Does that sound like a plan to everybody? Great. Strong work, team. Let's move on. You want to take over?
Yes,
Madam
thank
Chair?
you. Thank you, Councilwoman Fowler, for being such an excellent chair while I attended to port business. We will move on now to item number 4, the ordinance regarding downtown building height and street activation text amendments. At the table, we'll have Brian Fulmer, Nick Norris, and Kelsey Lindquist. All right, you ready, Brian?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a proposal to amend the city's zoning ordinance related to building heights and pedestrian engagement in the downtown plan area. The administration's proposal also recommends changes to the design standards and design review processes in city code. Consultants for the proposal design workshop are joining us remotely. And with that, I will turn it over to Kelsey and Nick.
Good afternoon. I'll actually turn it over to Callie and Jessica. They should be on the screen here shortly, and they have a presentation.
Good afternoon. Can you hear us okay?
Yes, thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. My name is Jessica Garrow, and I'm joined by Callie New. We are with Design Workshop, and we are looking forward to sharing just a summary of the proposed building heights and pedestrian code update with you today. You want to go to the next slide? So we're going to go through just a process overview. And then we'll go into some specifics related to the proposed amendments, pedestrian orientation, building height, human scale design, code clarification, and then have some time for any questions that you might have. Moving into the process overview, I'll have you go forward a couple slides. This is the design workshop team that worked on the project. And we were excited to join staff in this work. Next slide shows just an overview of the land use process. We began in the fall of 2021 with the awarding to Salt Lake City of a WFRC Transportation Land Use Connection Grant. And then we were awarded that project and began work. If you go to the next slide, you can see here, just this is the overall process. We started with a review of the document. Then we moved into community engagement. We did some focus groups, a community survey, and then moved into drafting the code language. We had a number of conversations and meetings with the Planning Commission for their review and recommendation. And now we're here at that adoption stage with you. The next slide just illustrates the geography of the proposed amendments. So you can see the existing zone districts on the left and the downtown master plan boundaries on the right. As we get into a discussion of some of the code changes that are proposed, some apply to the entire downtown area and others are specific by zone district, and we'll call those out as we go. So next slide, we're just going to move into those specific code changes and start with pedestrian orientation. So first, these amendments focus on improving the overall pedestrian orientation in downtown. This is accomplished through sidewalks and landscaping standards, as well as adding some requirements related to pedestrian interest. The next slide outlines a number of changes that apply to all zone districts within the downtown. So we've added some maximum setbacks, as well as a requirement for larger sidewalks. Any development that implements a larger setback is required to provide some kind of pedestrian-oriented element, such as seating, landscaping, or protection from weather elements. Limitation on the location and size of surface parking lots has also been included, as well as requirements to implement mid-block walkways that have been identified in the downtown plan. Both of these standards really reinforce the overall street connectivity and walkability of downtown. The next slide just outlines a chart showing some of those specific setback requirements. So you can see there's some adjustments to what exists today in terms of existing minimum or maximum setbacks. The goal with all of these changes is to really reflect the use. So there's some differences between residential versus commercial, and really just focusing on that overall pedestrian orientation. The next slide just discusses a few other elements that are included really downtown wide. The first is requiring some screening updates for service areas, with the idea of trying to minimize the negative visual impact that those service areas can have. We've also included a number of really streetscape related standards to support a successful public realm. So this is everything from minimum tree canopy coverage along the streetscape to ensuring soil volumes are appropriate so that those trees can survive into the future, as well as minimizing things like curb cuts and adding overhead cover through canopies and similar features. The next slide talks about some of the design review updates that are included relative to pedestrian orientation. So this includes the addition of things like transparency requirements at the ground level and some standards to ensure that any private open spaces have minimum amenities. We're also addressing that parking and on-site circulation and screening that I mentioned in the previous slide. In the next slide, we get into some of the specific changes by zone district. So all sidewalks in downtown are required to have 10 feet in width to enable clear pedestrian access. And this is something that was really important to include. We heard in our outreach, particularly from the disability community, that it's important to have kind of clear paths for everyone to go through and use the sidewalk and experience downtown. So that's something that applies to all of those downtown zones. In the D2 zone, we have made some adjustments for anything related to vehicle sales or lease lots, really to ensure that durable materials are used, that landscaping is included, just to minimize some of the visual impacts that can come from those types of land uses. In the general commercial zone, we've had some updates related to outdoor spaces, again, making sure that those are really usable, and some similar updates are incorporated within those form-based zone districts. Next slide, we'll transition to some of the building height changes. So these changes really seek to balance development with the preservation of views and reflecting existing character of different neighborhoods within Salt Lake City. The next slide shows the proposed heights with a map indicating where each of these zone districts is located. The highlighted heights that are here in yellow are going to be discussed in more detail on some of the next slides. But really high level, in the D1, there's been some additional considerations incorporated for buildings that are lower than the minimum 100-foot height, as well as for buildings that are over 200 feet in height. And additional height has been identified in these other zone districts. So you can see here an adjustment from what exists today in terms of our maximums and increasing height in some of the locations, particularly in D3, GMU, CG, and form-based. Next slide discusses requirements that are specific to D1. And I'm going to summarize this. I know it's a lot of text here, but we wanted to have that up here in case you wanted to get into those details. So specific to D1, any building that is lower than 100 feet, which is our new minimum height, that can be approved when the building or the parcel size is relatively small. So we really wanted to make sure that we were accounting for some of the different sizes of parcels that are located in different sized buildings that are located downtown. For buildings that are over 100 feet, some step backs are required just to address snow and ice shedding into public spaces. For buildings over 200 feet, a design review is required, and the project needs to meet one of the 5 options that are listed here. And those include exceeding a mid-block walkway standard, implementing affordable housing incentives, exceeding the active use and visual interest requirements on the ground floor, preserving a historic building, or providing additional open space. And the idea is that for these taller buildings, that design review is really important to make sure that it is meeting the standards for the community, but that having some additional benefit, if you will, to offset that height was something that was important, and we discussed with Planning Commission in great detail. On the next slide, it shows in D3, this is similar. So any building that is over 75 feet has to meet those same standards. So design review or one of those 5 options. In D4, design review is required for any building over 75 feet in height. And there are some requirements for more commercial space on the ground floor as a percentage of the overall lot size. So just, again, trying to really encourage that active use, visual interest of the new buildings in downtown. Next slide talks about a new height transition standard. This has been added to ensure that buildings do not overwhelm areas that are in lower height. So a transition is required when a development is adjacent to a zone district that has a lower allowable maximum building height. These standards don't apply when properties are separated by a right-of-way necessarily, but when they're right next to one another, that is a really important transition, making sure that a zone district that has a 200-foot height limit next to one that maybe has 75, that there's some transition there and it's not so abrupt. Additionally, some of the differences that are in the D1 zone related to corner lots and mid-block lots that exist in the code today, those have been removed. And so all lots, regardless of their location in D1, are subject to the same standards. And that was something that was seen as a way to really simplify the code. Finally, moving on to human scale design on the next slide. This was the final and a core element of what we were trying to achieve with these code amendments. So this is related to things like architectural elements, that first floor activation, and public access. So on the next slide is a list of a number of changes that are included in the design standards to support this idea of a human scale design. So a key change is the addition of language for what we're calling visual interest on the ground floor. And this requires active uses on the ground floor in downtown. So things like a restaurant, a retail establishment, a cafe, things that are really going to draw people in are included in that standard. Supporting this are some requirements for additional glass and transparency on the ground level, again, to just promote additional human interaction. On upper floors, we've added some limitations related to the glare from glass, knowing that that is an element that is typically seen in buildings in downtowns, but wanting to make sure that we're not having too much glass to have a lot of glare on the street. For all areas, there are new standards to limit blank walls. This requires articulation of walls at minimum distances and certain design requirements for articulation. So you're not seeing just one blank facade, that there's a little bit of push and pull on the building. Some upper floor step backs are also incorporated to minimize the impact of taller buildings on the pedestrian level. I wanted to note that staff has suggested some changes to those areas just to ensure that the standards in the code meet the individual district character. So that's proposed to be removed as a requirement from D1 and to revert to current requirements in the Sugar House area. Next slide, we'll talk a little bit about his horizontal facade articulation. So that requires a stepping of a portion of the street-facing facade forward or backward from the main facade or building plane. That can be achieved through elements like a bay window, recessed or projected windows and entrances, gateways, porches, and colonnades. This supports human scale design, particularly in conjunction with the Blink wall standards that we've incorporated, which is discussed a little bit more on the next slide. So the Blink wall requirements are for really building length, and it requires that there's a massing, material, and plane change to all the facades that are 200 feet in length. Again, really making sure that we don't have blank walls, that there's a lot of interaction at the pedestrian level for all the buildings going in downtown. Also included are some cornice and roof line standards just to ensure consistency within the area and neighborhoods. In the GMU zone, requirements for base differentiation are required. And this you can sort of see on the image that's on this slide. So the requirement is for a really strong base in GMU of 1 to 3 stories that's distinguished from upper stories. Again, focus on that pedestrian and human scale, and that this was really an important element to include in GMU given the existing characteristics of that zone. Finally, next slide, the last changes really focus on general clarifications and guided just the overall approach to the work, trying to streamline the process where possible, combining standards where possible, and just trying to reduce just the overall length and number of sections you have to go to understand what can happen on a property that you might own. So on the next slide, this just shows an updated table that we've included to articulate what are the standards and where do they apply within each of the zone districts. So clarity is given to when the design standards and design review apply. Design standards have been added for each zone in the design standards chapter, and they've been taken out of each individual zone district. So you would go to your zone district, understand what are my dimensional requirements, and then go to the design standards chapter to understand the design pieces, which is a typical type of format for most codes. On the next slide, we talk a little bit about some modifications in the design review process. So thinking about streamlining of what are the things that make sense to go to the Planning Commission versus what can be approved at the planning director level. And so that has been outlined within the code so that not every project is necessarily going to Planning Commission, that some things can be reviewed at that administrative level to increase overall efficiency of the process. So with that, I maybe skip ahead to 2 slides. This just outlines the overall approach to this code work. Really wanting to make sure things are clear, consolidating text, focus on a more urban feel of downtown, and emphasizing the idea of pedestrian spaces and walkability. So I'll pause here and maybe turn it back to staff if they've got anything else to add, and then we're happy to answer any questions.
I was just going to add one clarification. Thank you, Jessica. That was a great presentation. A couple times Jessica mentioned that it would be an or option for the design review or a public amenity, some sort of public benefit. it's actually an and. So that would be required to increase your height, it'd be a public benefit, and a design review process.
Thank you, Kelsey. Right. Councilmember Dugan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jessica, thank you for that presentation. I have a couple questions, because I'm glad to hear and talk about the human scale, but when I hear the word human scale and I see a 10-foot wide sidewalk, to me they're not matching. I've walked in a number of larger cities these days, and I walk through, and the sidewalks are really wide, and you can actually walk down the sidewalk without having to go single file in sections when you have a group. And of course, the streets are narrower, but the sidewalks are bigger. And with a 10-foot minimum sidewalk or maximum sidewalk or 10-foot sidewalk and a large building, it's not to me, it's not to human scale. It should be a 20-foot sidewalk, not a 10-foot sidewalk. And I'm just curious on the design of that. I know we have streets here that already have a small sidewalk and we have wide streets, but I'd like to see that the sidewalks expand with the building's height going up because that scale is going to be really look like you're, no matter where the setback is at the fifth level, you're not going to see that from right next to the store. And it's not going to be pedestrian friendly because it's you feel like you're going to be in a slot canyon instead of a nice street. So that was my first question, and my second question is on the windows. We talked about the windows and the reflective. Is this a place to put in bird-friendly windows? Because again, we have design standards for bird-friendly other areas, but our standards have been lacking in the bird-friendly window arena, and I'd like to see that incorporated in the newer designs for businesses and buildings going forward.
Yeah, great questions. Thank you, Councilmember Dugan. Jessica, I'll let you tackle the 10-foot sidewalk question, and I can address your bird-friendly window question. This would be the ordinance to add that to. We could definitely add something as far as bird-friendly glass requirements. I believe we had a presentation from the Audubon Society. Yeah, and it's only a certain area of the building that would require that, so we could look into that further and add that to this language.
Yeah, I know exactly right. There's certain height requirements or suggestions, recommendations on that, so I defer to the experts on that one. So thank you.
Yeah.
On the question on sidewalks, the 10-foot is a minimum standard, and so sidewalks could be larger. And if you were going through a design review, that could be part of that conversation. One of the things that we did with our setbacks, though, is really trying to minimize those setbacks as much as possible. So bringing a building closer to that property line to help kind of decrease that very open feel that can sometimes occur in downtown with the very large right-of-ways that you have. And so that was sort of a balance that we tried to strike within these guidelines of, where is the building being placed on the site relative to what's happening within the public realm.
Okay, that makes sense because this is the public realm that I wanted. Because when I look at a 10-foot minimum sidewalk, that's what we're going to get. We're going to get 10 feet. If we put a 20-foot minimum sidewalk, we're going to get 20 feet. Because no one's going to go any more than the minimum just because of the cost and because square footage is money. So I see Chair Mono has a hand up, but my whole idea is a higher, larger sidewalk instead of a narrow sidewalk. And I understand the setback because that's just the property right side.
I feel like we should do an outdoor dining ordinance to go along with this to make sure we have use of bigger sidewalks. All right, Anna, Councilmember Voldemars.
Thank you. So for illustration purposes for us, I can think of a narrow sidewalk. If you guys go on 400 South and you see the new apartment buildings are massive, how big are those sidewalks? Because they are not super friendly. So that's an example of what we don't want, correct?
Right. So those sidewalks vary. They're as narrow as I think 5 feet, and that's partly because it's a UDOT right-of-way, and so they actually, when the light rail line was built, they dictated what was left over after they had their travel lanes.
Okay.
But along 400 South, one thing that we do require with new development is that if the sidewalk, we do require 10-foot sidewalks along 400 South. So if they can't accommodate that within the right-of-way, they actually have to provide that on their property.
Okay.
They can mark it as private property, and they fully control what happens. They can't put barriers to prevent something there, but they, because it is private property, they fully control any kind of behavior and things like that that can happen there. But that's one approach that we've taken. We do the same thing in North Temple if they don't, because when that light rail line was built, we couldn't always get the right sidewalk width, and so that's one thing that we've done.
And then there are other examples of where the sidewalks are too wide as well. And so the building is all the way down there. You're here and you don't know what's happening. Okay. So that's something that we don't want either, at least in my opinion. Right. But I guess just for me, so what I understand is some of these things will be administrative, like you look at it and then you decide, oh yeah. Is that what's going to happen?
Yeah, that's correct. So some will just be by code, right? If they build by right and are within that threshold, if they want to increase that height, it would be a design review process.
Okay.
That would go to Planning Commission.
Okay.
What we're adding to the design review process that gives staff a little bit of leeway are smaller changes. It does not include building height.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Yeah, one thing I would add on that too is that currently in most of our downtown zones, we have very, very few design standards, if any. For example, I think the D1 zone has exactly one design standard. And it's somewhat amazing that we haven't had more development that's detrimental to our rights of way and our public spaces. And that was a key function of this whole project, was to address that and to make them not necessarily consistent so everything is the same, but that we can still have some variety and character defining areas within our downtown. And we buildings shape that quite dramatically. And so we want to be able to, we can capture it when currently if something's going through that design review process, but there's a gap in our code where things that aren't going through that design review process aren't, there is that risk of someone being able to do something that is not going to do anything for our public spaces. And so that's really like I said, one of the key focuses of this.
Councilmember Pui?
So the questions I have, I mean, this is an impressive amount of change, and it's fantastic. I'm very excited about most of these things, and I have a quick question about some of the recommended changes on CG, on the zone CG, and especially because I see that there is two parts to this, one being in the Depot District, and one being on the Granary. And what this plan recommends is the Granary being lower in height than the Depot District. And I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. This is a heavily industrial area that next to the freeway. And I don't understand the downsides from limiting that height to a lower height. And then maybe there's a better reason that I don't understand. But I think this is an opportunity to encourage more housing and more opportunities to grow, and limiting it in an area that it's very industrial. You have to really make sense to remove and mitigate the land there to actually create something. You have to really make the numbers work. And it's very hard sometimes to make those numbers work in an area like this, where there is a lot of problems with the actual land. And maybe adding more height is how they can pencil those numbers. So I would like to maybe understand a little bit about why that discrepancy between 75 feet versus 150 feet with design review.
Yeah, so I'll just clarify. The depot has a little bit of CG, a very small amount.
I see.
The depot has the majority of GMU. We are amending GMU pretty significantly. We actually just threw it out and rewrote it. It wasn't working. And we addressed the height to have a by right, I think, of 90 feet and then up to 180 feet. So the height in the depot is significantly changing. The height for the granary and that CG, that kind of carved out geographic area that you see, that's for a lot of that development that we're seeing in the granary, where they're already going through a design review process to increase their height. And that area was identified by a lot of our stakeholder groups and the public as an acceptable location for additional height. So both the depot and the granary are seeing a huge height increase.
Yeah, but isn't the list that I'm seeing from the PowerPoint talks about most of the granary being capped at 150 after design review.
Correct.
And GMU and parts of the depot district being capped at 180.
180 would be the cap for the
and
depot.
what I'm trying to say is why the granary doesn't get to 180 as well.
Okay, I see.
So I'm trying to say, additional height on the granary makes sense to me. It's an area that is heavily industrial. It's hard to make the numbers up to work well. And I think that limiting that height doesn't make sense to me in the granary.
Yeah, I would say that was definitely a balance. Well, we're trying to achieve a balance with some existing warehouses that are hopefully going to be preserved, as well as redevelopment and new development. It's difficult to kind of strike that balance where it doesn't look awkward, where you have a 200-foot tall building next to an existing 2-story warehouse. You see quite a bit of adaptive reuse in the granary as well, and so we landed at 150 to try to strike that balance, but we're open to the feedback to increase that.
I think the other thing that we've been considering is we've been working through our affordable housing incentives. In these districts, it's really hard for those incentives to work just because of what can already be developed by right. And so unless the city's willing to lower a lot of existing development potential in right, which I think there's some real risk and challenges in doing that. We were trying, at least in these areas where there could be some flexibility in getting up to, particularly like with the timber frame construction, up to 180 feet and things like that. We were trying to provide some space for those incentives, whether they're affordable housing or some future incentive that might be incorporated in our code to work.
And that is fantastic, because I saw that in the some of the possible questions. I would love to see some of that, and maybe in this area I would like to see. This is the idea. There's a lot of adaptive reuse in the granary happening. We want people to live in the area too. So maybe there is a way of incorporating some of that they can go a little higher if. Only if, right? And that's the if there is some component of affordability too, and and that might be something exciting to incorporate there. That there is another thought I had when you guys talking about the pedestrian amenity, adding this pedestrian amenity. I love it. It just came back from seeing all sorts of other cities in the last week, and I've seen all sorts of great ideas, and I would like to encourage more of that. I think when you were presenting, it was like either this or this or this that they could add as far as amenities. Can we potentially push them a little more and say this and this instead of the or? Because we want to see more activity on the sidewalk. We want to see more things, to embrace the community and the people to come back to the sidewalk. And when we're talking about commercial, and we have talked a lot between us in different settings about many of the development that we see, especially in, I know this is not in my area. Well, part of it is in my district now. But we see a lot of development that happens that doesn't think about commercial and the ground level because they're not able to pencil the numbers out immediately, and they prefer to put the gym or they prefer to put the leasing office in those spaces that I think that are fantastic to think about a coffee shop, fantastic to think about a little market or something like that. And I know that from their point of view, it's hard to pencil it out, but I think we really need to think about not only incentivizing that, but requiring it. Because the city is going to double in population, it's obvious we're going to need it. And then we're going to have all of this development that doesn't have any ground level activation, and it makes me very angry. I had a developer mention a gym as a community amenity a couple of weeks ago, and I was like, that's not a community amenity unless it's a gym for everybody, but it wasn't. So I think I'm more of a pushing that a little more as far as a requirement, not necessarily as a possibility in specific areas. So that's something important to me.
Thank you. Councilmember Mono.
Thanks, Madam Chair. The conversation's moved a little bit past where my comments were, but and Director Norris answered some of them already, but I do think it's important for us to look at I was a little bit confused about the sidewalk widths and things. So if because generally the sidewalk is in the right of way, but it sounds like the answer is if there's not enough space in our right of way to make a 10-foot sidewalk or larger, if we deem that to be appropriate, that has to go onto the private property. But that's only if they're going above a certain height. How does that? I'm confused about how that all works. What I don't want to see is like sidewalks changing width at every building and like not lining up with each other. I would imagine in most of our streets downtown we have plenty of width in the public right of way to accommodate larger sidewalks. And I also want to just agree with Councilmember Valdemoros that it's not always that larger is better. Sometimes sidewalks can be too big, and that won't relate to the human scale as well. So we need to get the sweet spot. But can you help me understand how this works when part of the sidewalks in the right of way and part of it is in the on private property, and the adjacent building may not be doing the same thing?
Of course, yeah, and I think a couple things got conflated. So there's just a minimum requirement of a 10-foot sidewalk. That is not required if you go higher or shorter. It's just required now. That's just a minimum 10-foot sidewalk across the board. What Director Norris was referring to was we have these requirements in other districts. So, for example, on North Temple, since there's not a lot of right-of-way due to tracks, in order to accommodate the 10-foot sidewalk, sometimes a private property owner and a developer has to provide a portion of that sidewalk on private property. And so it doesn't jog like you were referring to. It would be a consistent sidewalk. Part of it just wouldn't be necessarily publicly owned. Does that help answer your question, Councilmember Mono?
A little bit, but let's say there's two properties. One chooses to redevelop and our ordinance says that they need to increase the sidewalk to 10 feet, and part of that needs to go on private property. But the property next door does not choose to redevelop. Does that mean that the 10-foot width drops back down to 5 and then back up to 10, depending on who's developed when?
Yes. Sorry, Nick.
Good.
Yeah, it does. And that actually currently happens with mid-block walkways in preparation for installing a mid-block walkway. One property owner will be redeveloping and anticipating the installation of that mid-block walkway, while the other property owner is maybe 5-10 years down the road. So that's kind of to be anticipated with a developing city.
Okay.
All right, we're going to do one more question from Councilmember Valdemoros, and we have to move on.
I don't know if it's a question, but maybe it's just some thoughts. I hear what Councilmember Puy says, saying maybe we do higher here because of all the development that we're going to have. And I'm not opposed to that because I think that's potentially a good idea to go a little bit higher. But at the same time, like globally and looking into the future for Salt Lake City, we're constrained geographically. That's the truth. We're going to have to build up at some point. And so, and add more density and all of the things. And so my question maybe theoretically, I don't know if it's theoretically, but just as planning in the future, is it something that we should contemplate now, go higher in certain areas that maybe is not as high as some people may want? Or are we going to wait another 10 years to see where the market goes, where society goes, where Salt Lake City goes, and then review it again? Because what I think what happened when we started talking about this was because as far as I remember, there was a project in the depot area that needed additional height, right? And the zoning didn't allow it, so it died. So we couldn't facilitate that fast enough for this project to go high. So that's when I feel like we were like, no, we need to review this because we're missing out not only on our new growth taxes for our budget to grow and to provide the services, but also financial, economics, all the things that new growth bill brings other than property taxes back to the growth of the city and sales taxes, et cetera. So what do you think, Nick?
So I think we have to consider a lot of different things in that broad question, right? So we have a lot of areas where we can accommodate a lot of future growth. And just off the top of my head, we have the entire State Street corridor, which is essentially underzoned right now. We have the 700 West corridor, which consists mostly of M1 zone, really close to our neighborhoods and our downtown, which should not be M1 anymore. Those are areas that should be transitioned. We also have the Redwood Road corridor, which, for at least on the west side of Redwood Road, is also a collection of uses that are probably negatively impacting the uses on the east side of Redwood Road and can accommodate some more growth. So I think that we have a lot of space to grow. I don't think that we've necessarily looked at what that current zoning capacity is, knowing that in reality, very few developments max out their zoning capacity. But I think we'd have to do that. We do actually have some tools now that we can use to project that, which we haven't had in the past. And so hopefully those are things that we'll start seeing as we look into some of those corridors and areas of potentially rezoning those so that we can figure out what that maximum growth potential is in those areas, knowing we're not going to get it, but that, if we get 50 or 60% of that, what does that mean for the year 2060 or 2070? So.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your presentation.
Madam Chair, we have some straw polls. Should we just have to take that to another council meeting about the Sugar House heights and stuff like that? And we really didn't talk about Sugar House.
So just real quick, this was something that there was never an intention to alter any of the zoning in the Sugar House Business District as part of this. Unfortunately, when we went to the Planning Commission, there was a link between that design standard that applies to Sugar House and what we changed. And so that really is fixing it to make sure that we're not unintentionally changing something that we haven't advertised and we haven't gone through. So yeah.
Okay, so do you have all the guidance you need from us at this point then? You feel good?
I think so.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. All right, then we're going to move on, except Nick isn't going to move on. He's going to stay in his chair, and Brian is as well. We're going to welcome up Amy Thompson and Caitlin Harris to talk about the rezone at 792 West, 900 South, and 875 South, 800 West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a proposal to amend the zoning map for properties that you mentioned previously. They're in Council District 2 and currently zoned M1 or light manufacturing, and the proposal is to amend the zoning map to RMU or residential mixed use. The petitioner's stated objective is to construct a fourplex on each of the 2 vacant properties. The current zoning does not permit that use. The petitioner is with us and would like an opportunity to address the council when you would like to invite him up. And with that, I'll turn it over to Caitlin.
No, they should do. Did you say?
And they'll pull up the presentation.
They just ask them, they'll pull it up.
Okay, can we pull up the present? There it is. Awesome. Okay, so as we mentioned, this is a zoning map amendments from M1 to RMU. If you could go to the next slide. This is a area that has been zoned M1 for quite some time, but the land use in the area doesn't reflect that zoning. On the west side of this block, the predominant land use is single-family housing. There are two commercial/industrial uses integrated into that block, but they are quite small. To the east of this block was an area that was recently rezoned to RMU to accommodate a large mixed-use development and also to enable the redevelopment of those two existing warehouses into an adaptive reuse. If you could go next. Here's kind of a wider look at the existing zoning right now. As you can see to the west, there's an established single-family residential neighborhood. And to the south, there's I believe it's a paper box facility, which is industrial. So next slide. All right, so the existing and proposed zoning, like we mentioned, the land use on the property in that area doesn't really reflect M1, but to give you an idea of what development potential is possible currently for this site, the maximum building height is 65 feet for the M1 zone. Minimum lot width is 80 feet. It does have some front and corner side yard setbacks, and as mentioned, residential uses are prohibited. The RMU zone is designed for high density mixed use. And because it has a variety of uses permitted, I'm focusing mostly on multifamily zoning regulations, just because that's what the applicant has proposed to develop. So the maximum height for multifamily is 75 feet. The minimum lot width is 50. The setbacks, there are none on the front corner and interior side yards. In the rear yard, the setback is 25% of the lot depth. And there is no required off-street parking for multifamily in that zone. The Planning Commission determined that with the proposed zoning map amendment improves density with minimal neighborhood complaints, meets Salt Lake City's goals of a variety of housing types, and improves air quality, and they voted 6-5 to forward a positive recommendation onto you, the City Council.
Thank you so much. Council, do you have questions now, or you feel comfortable with me inviting the petitioner up? Councilmember Dugan, you have something now?
Yeah, can you just specify the difference between RMU and RMF 35, RMU 35?
Yeah, the major difference is that RMU is a high density zone, whereas RMU 35 is more medium density. So the maximum building height there would be 35 feet instead of 75 feet. But the uses are pretty comparable.
And as a point of clarification, you said the current usage doesn't reflect this zoning, but this is a redevelopment that we're seeking. This is where the paper box company is right now?
No, this is a two small vacant lots on the corner across the street from paper box.
Okay.
Very small, narrow lots.
Okay,
in the corner.
perfect. Okay. Would the petitioner care to come up? Thank you for joining us today. If you'd please tell us your name into the record, and we have 5 minutes.
Yeah, my name's Cameron Broadbent. I'm the owner of these small parcels. Excuse me just a moment. I thought it'd be helpful just to just kind of talk about this today. As we talked about, it's in M1 zone. Currently, a hotel is actually an approved use in the M1 zone, but I don't think that it's actually what the area needs. I see a fourplex would bring longer-term tenants that would incorporate better into the fabric of our community. And as a current property owner, I own 2 homes in the neighborhood as well. On 800 West, I've been working for a couple years to improve the quality of living there. And I think RMU is a better zone for it. I think it's helpful to actually go and take a look at at the verbiage for RMU zoning, and specifically, I think it's like when we talk about RMU, I think it's helpful to think of the standard of use in the RMU zone. I just want to quote directly from the Salt Lake City zoning 21A.24.170, and it reads this, quote, "The standards for the district," referring to the RMU district, "are intended to facilitate the creation of a walkable urban neighborhood with an emphasis on pedestrian scale activity," end quote. If we were to look at the intent of the 9-line corridor master plan, it's my belief, well, and as we look at the actions taken there, we're literally pulling up a lane of traffic, car traffic, and reducing it with a pedestrian walkway. And in essence, to me, it looks like the intent then is to create an urban, walkable neighborhood. And if I just go back and read again, the standard of use for RMU states that the district is intended to facilitate a walkable urban neighborhood. It's my belief that today we have the opportunity to align the 9-line corridor master plan with the standard of use outlined in Salt Lake City's code for RMU. I just wanted to point out that I think it's helpful to look at to see if we've seen anything around, like in the immediate vicinity that would be like this. And I brought this little chart, just kind of gives you an idea. Hopefully you can see it. Here we have an I-15 artery, and then immediately following the I-15 artery, we have RMU, followed by some single-family homes and another RMU zone. And then we have a 45-foot space before we get to more single-family homes. If you were to now look at what we're looking at today, we have I-15, which is a 2-story structure. We have half of the block today already RMU. We have about a 12-foot walkway, 3 single-family homes, a warehouse, and then the 2 lots that we're talking about on the corner. So it's very close to the example that is literally just a few blocks to the north, and you take a right down 200 West, which is also a non-car transportation corridor. But better than that location, we actually have a 90-foot separation between the RMU and the single-family zone R1 5000. Let's see, I'm probably close to time. Lastly, I think it's just helpful to notice that public comment for this was all positive. The Poplar Grove Community Chair was in full support of it as well. If the West Side Master Plan could actually speak, I think it would say something like this. We have a 9-line corridor master plan that is specific to 900 South, and its intended use is to bring more people and improve air quality. And I think we have the opportunity to do that by changing to RMU zone. That's probably all my 5 minutes. I can't tell for sure, but you guys may have
1 minute left.
I have 1 minute left. Wonderful. Then let's go to.
But you've done a good job, so don't feel pressure.
Oh, thank you, thank you. I think it's helpful to consider the West Side master plan, or you look at the West Side. 89% of it is zoned single-family zone. Again, if the master plan could speak, it would say, wouldn't it be nice if we could incorporate some fourplexes, some residential multifamily into our neighborhood rather than mega apartment complexes, to give someone an equitable, or someone the chance to live in that. If we looked also at equitable access to a park and living in a small multifamily unit, that exists around Liberty Park today, but doesn't exist around the International Peace Park, and we again have the opportunity to provide that using with this. Lastly, I'll just quote page 33 of the West Side Master Plan says, there are several vacant and underutilized parcels that could be developed as infill parcels, and depending on their size, can be seen as opportunities for multifamily projects.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Councilmember Pui.
Yeah, so quick questions. I see that you would like to fit 4 units and those 2 parcels.
Yes.
How many bedrooms are you thinking?
This would be 1-bedroom units.
1-bedroom units. Okay. And I will contend that is not necessarily the housing that we are, really hungry for. We have literally within a couple blocks from my house, literally 1,000 units being built or planned, and what we need is more housing for families, not so much little teeny, places. So I'm assuming that they are going to be for rent.
They are.
Okay. And what is the height of the general height of your proposal of?
So the height limitation that we're dealing with today really centers around the fire code. This lot is surrounded by power lines that, and the fire code won't allow for actually building above 30 feet. And the height restriction, the height concern, because you can go 75 feet, there was initially concern, and we talked about the concern about going any higher. But really, that's not really a concern, is that, like last spring, Pacific Corp actually quoted $2.5 million to actually bury the power lines in order to go higher. The other challenge we face is that in order to provide off-street parking, it can get pretty, these lots are only 0.05 acres. So together, that's a tenth of an acre.
Yeah, and I didn't mention parking because I know the area very well, and there's no. I think that the area could absorb the parking easily. So I would like to, the policy questions drafted number 2 and number 3, especially number 2, and see if the applicant will be willing to enter into a development agreement limiting the height to 35 feet. And if we can, to move a little more with a restrictive covenant that runs with the land to that height. The Planning Commission was somewhat split on this, voted 6-5 in favor of it. I think that, again, I agree in many aspects with the applicant that we need more density, and we need it in this area. I wish it was a different kind of density, though, focused on families and for sale, some sort of product for sale. But those are the things that I would like to ask for support for the limitation on 35.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Mono.
I'm a little confused about this request, just because. So, and I think this question is for planning staff maybe. RMU is a high density zone. This area, obviously M1 is the wrong zone for that. It's single family houses and a mixture of things. M1 does not make sense there, so a rezone of some sort makes sense, but I'm confused as to what might happen if this area is all rezoned to RMU. A couple things that come up are like the minimum lot size, minimum lot width that is required within there seems like is not compatible with the current lot sizes of that, so that's going to encourage lot consolidation, so I guess that's maybe the first question. Am I understanding that correctly?
Could you clarify your question?
So the RMU zone has a 50-foot minimum lot width, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and if we are applying that to these two lots, it's likely that the other lots on that street, we could apply it to that as well, or that they could come and ask for that zone. It seems like that's not unreasonable for them to do if we approve it here. But that would mean that those lots, well, let's just talk about these two principal subject lots right now. Do those need to be combined then in order for us to get 50 feet?
Possibly, yes. They could also ask for a planned development to reduce the lot width requirement.
Okay, then my second question is, if the request is to do 2 fourplexes on there, which it doesn't seem like a unreasonable amount of density, what other zones would accommodate that? Because wouldn't a multitude of different zones accommodate a fourplex on that size of a lot?
Yeah, there are a number. RMU 35, RMU 45 would even allow it. You could even explore FBUN 2, although it's not really close to transit, so that one might be hard to justify.
Maybe even an RMF zone would allow that.
Yeah, I think one of the issues you have on such a small lots, even if they were combined, is that when you start applying all the required setbacks, it really diminishes, or in some cases, if these weren't combined, almost eliminates any sort of buildable area on those lots. And so it makes those zones really challenging because of that. And so the RMU zone is one of the few zones that doesn't necessarily have, for multifamily, doesn't have those, particularly those front setbacks, whereas most of the other residential zones do have that. And so it's one of those kind of holes in our code where
if we're trying to get multifamily on very, very small lots, there aren't very many zones. RMU 35, does that have higher setbacks than RMU?
Yeah, RMU 35, I believe, has 15-foot setbacks on the front and corner.
Okay, which could be detrimental to a 0.05 acre lot.
It also has a parking requirement of 1 car per unit. So that would require, if I'm right, it would require 8 parking stalls on this 1/10 of an acre in order to build the same thing. It's helpful to understand too that on the south side, there's already, back off of the west side, it's a 9-foot setback initially before the property line starts. And on the south side, there's 12 feet from the edge of the sidewalk to where the property line starts. So essentially, you're already starting with a 9-foot setback and a 12-foot setback on the south.
Thank
I
you.
didn't follow that, but I think you've answered my question.
Anyone else? All right, thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Council, we have made up our time. We're 4 minutes behind now. Does anyone need a quick potty break, or are we good to keep moving? I respect it. I respect it. All right. let's do the every man for himself style on this. All right. Then let's invite up Allison Rowland to walk us through some more legislative intents. Oh, you're on the screen. I was looking for the door.
Yes, I apologize for that. I am coming in from home today.
So good to see you.
Thank you, likewise, except I can't see you at the moment. So this is the continuation, as Council Vice Chair Pedro mentioned, of the legislative intents review. We got through 3 of the department/council's own categories last time, so we could start today on the fire department. And Scott, I don't know if you could pull up, or rather I request that you pull up the staff report or whatever it was. I think it was the staff report I sent you earlier. And oh, bingo, you're right on it. Thank you. So Madam Chair, would you like me to read the titles of the legislative intents, and then you can jump in, any of you can jump in when you have comments or questions?
That's probably the easiest way with you online, right? Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
So number 4 is fire department. And there was a legislative intent on fire department costs, options for recouping costs for calls at the University of Utah. B, the city's hazardous materials ordinance and implementation of that ordinance to assure that the city is reimbursed from private insurance payments to those responsible for an incident. And C, continue evaluating options for electrified fire vehicles. Moving ahead to the mayor's office,
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Do we have any update on the recouping costs for University of Utah?
This is the latest information we had, unless the chief has any more, but essentially the problem is that because the University of Utah is a state institution, it will require a change in state law through the legislature, of course, to allow cost recuperation.
Okay.
Is B the ordinance that allows us to take down properties that are being neglected? Or is that a totally separate issue?
It's a separate issue.
Okay, thank you.
So number 5, mayor's office. A, evaluating efficiencies across diversified response teams. B, importance of plan adoption.
Anyone? I mean, I feel like A is my constant chorus that I'm singing no matter where we are. I'm a one-note song this year.
And yes, as you can see, the administration intends to provide information forthcoming. So I hope in time for the budget. I don't know if there are administration folks there who would like to, or mayor's office folks there who would like to comment.
Nope, it's all us. But thank you, Allison. We can move on.
All right. 6, police department. From FY21, the police department role. I is social workers, double I is internal affairs unit, and triple I is police civilian response team. B is also from FY21, police department zero-based budget exercise. And then C is police department reporting ordinance, which was actually moved to council ed intent. So I believe we discussed that in our last conversation.
Anyone? All right, looks like we can move on.
All right, 7 is public lands department. Transition to environmentally sustainable weed control in public lands. B is from FY20, a Gulf Fund update.
Wait, does this mean we got goats? Just kidding.
The goat fleet, we can start one.
And then C is public lands maintenance funding estimates. And I just wanted to note that the as an attachment to the legislative intent transmittal, there was a separate, there was a lengthy attachment on public lands maintenance funding estimates. And so we have tentatively, or rather the chair has tentatively scheduled this for a discussion on May 2nd. So I'll do a separate staff report for that one.
Anyone? Okay, we're good to move on.
8 is Public Services Department. This is an old classic from FY15, maintenance of business districts. As you can see, there is a quite lengthy response from the Public Services Department. And the bottom line is essentially that that Public Services Department does not have any general fund funding, or rather any specific funding for maintenance of business districts apart from the Central Business District and Sugar House Business District.
Yes, Councilmember Valdemoros.
So Allison, so help me understand. So public service, we asked a question, hey, what would it take to clean the CBD and to keep it and maintenance and all the things somewhat of at a different standard, if you will, than the rest. And we were told, no, we don't have any funding for that. So that needs to come from somewhere if we were to provide that service. Is that correct?
My understanding is that the CBD actually does have a separate assessment area to fund this. And it looks like Cindy may want to speak more.
Sorry, and I might be a conversation behind because I was working on something else, but we're talking about the maintenance, is that right?
Yeah,
Okay.
maintenance,
So the downtown CDBG, or CBD, sorry. Yes, really. Area does not contribute financially to the maintenance, the enhanced level of maintenance in that area. The assessment district is a promotional assessment district. In many downtowns across the country, the assessment district is to pay for the enhanced level of maintenance.
Got it. Or both, promotional and
Or
also
both,
a higher standard of maintenance, but not here apparently. Okay. And that, I mean, maybe I need a small group meeting with Allison and whoever deals with the assessment area, because, you know, we do clean up the streets. It's kind of like on demand, and we do fund that through other sources. So I'm trying to figure out who does what. Do we fund a private entity to clean up and also give us a higher standard of maintenance? Or do we need to consolidate, or do we need to change the CBD so that it does both the promotion and the cleanup?
Yeah,
I need.
Yeah, it's sticky. Yeah, well, and it is sticky because the city currently does and has historically funded the maintenance from the general fund in the central business district and in Sugar House. Some of the other businesses from throughout the city have expressed concern because they feel like it's not equitable. So if something is spilled on the sidewalk in front of your business in the downtown or Sugar House, the CDB crew, sorry, comes and cleans it up.
Okay.
If something is spilled in front of your business in another area of the city, you are cleaning it up with a brush and a bucket. So picking up the trash, cleaning up the areas, those are things that other businesses would like. The administration has looked at creating some districts where that could be funded by those. Reason by those businesses. The reason that it is provided in the downtown and Sugar House is it's historical context in terms of that's where the concentration of businesses were and the concentration of tax dollars, and so there was a desire for many, many years to make those areas look especially good. So it's a policy dilemma, and that's why it is on your list constantly.
All right.
Okay.
Allison, sign me up for a meeting.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. This is also important because I've heard from the city has more than just 2 business districts, obviously, and some of our newer business districts are becoming very successful and very vibrant. And so we either need to get that additional maintenance to figure out a policy wherein the general fund will start to fund new areas for that additional service, or move it back to what other areas do where those areas can opt in and pay for that out of a special assessment. So I do think that I'm not necessarily advocating for one or the other, but I think just saying these 2 areas are the only ones that get additional services and that comes out of the general fund isn't going to work very, very much longer, because those aren't the only 2 areas that are important for us to serve the businesses. So I would like to be part of those conversations as well.
Thank you.
And if I could just point out that obviously Cindy knows a lot more than I do about this subject, and of course so does Public Services Department. They have it right there in black and white on the screen in the last paragraph of the italic section that yes, the issue of funding for CBD maintenance is separated into maintenance and cleanup, or sorry. Yeah, I'm going to get it wrong again. I just want to point out that Public Services has it right, as well as Cindy does.
All right, thank you. Anyone else on this? All right.
Next item is the Public Utilities Department. A is water usage by the city. And that actually, those responses are provided by Public Services and Public Lands, because those are actually the organisms, the parts of the city that track the water usage.
Anyone? All right, keep moving.
Next is the RDA. A is new programs and capital accounts review. B is prioritize equity and variety of professional opportunities. And C is structure of accounts within RDA and all other departments, including fund balances and previous capital projects. That's one from FY22.
Anyone with comments on this? Okay, we can move on.
And finally, number 11 is the Sustainability Department. There was an FY23 Sustainability Holding Account. The council approved releasing the funds, and the department is in the process of establishing agreements and launching the following projects.
Anyone have any questions around this? All right. And we are now where we began, correct, Allison? We started with the council-led intents?
That is correct. And sorry, a cat here is having a nervous breakdown. So actually, if you don't have other comments or questions, then we can call this good.
Thank you so much for helping us walk back through those. Council, any last comments? All right. Thank you, Allison.
Thank you.
All right. With that, we're ahead of schedule, but I see Bill Wyatt in the room, so I'm going to put him in the hot seat 2 minutes early. We'll just do our Airport Title 16 amendments, and I'll welcome Sam Owen up with Bill Wyatt, our Airport Director, Shane Anderson, the Director of Administration Commercial Services, and Megan DePaulis, Senior City Attorney. Megan's online for us. Everyone else is here at the table. Sam, take it away.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The administration proposes a repeal and replace of the existing city code that regulates the airport, Title 16. The changes take a number of specific regulations listed in the existing ordinance and relocate them to an administrative rules and regulations document that has existed. It predates this proposal, which is referenced in the existing and proposed ordinance. It's also online with your packets. The amendments would shift regulations and authority from being written in the council adopted ordinance, making an administrative rules document the primary reference for the city's regulation of its airport, rather than having that spelled out in the ordinance. Many of the proposed amendments appear reasonable for consolidation purposes, housekeeping type of improvements, and to remove items that are more operational in nature. However, the council may prefer to review the list of proposed changes more closely. To that end, staff is working with the administration for an accessible and comprehensive index of things that are changing or would be changing with the proposed amendment. Thank you.
All right, Bill.
Great, thank you. So I'm going to just make a brief introduction and then turn this over to Shane. 1960. That's when Title 16 was originally established and created. It's been amended, obviously, over the years many times, but if you think about 1960, that's when Terminal 1 of the old airport was first built. There were no jets serving Salt Lake. There were no jet bridges serving Salt Lake. And the world of commercial aviation looked obviously very, very different. And so through the years, change was accommodated by simply adding, or not necessarily subtracting, I think just adding to Title 16. And shortly after I arrived here in 2017, our staff came to me and said, hey, we have to do a comprehensive rewrite of Title 16. So I took a look at it and thought, gee, maybe I'll be dead first, because it's not the most exciting proposition that I've ever encountered. And so you may be thinking, well, you're here, so what happened? And really what is driving this is that one of the phenomena that occurred during COVID is that the world of general aviation really altered in significant ways. And we're seeing more demand than we have the capacity to serve. And so when I say general aviation, I think you all know this, but it's not the commercial side of the airport, it's the private side of the airport, and it includes South Valley and Tooele. And I'm not going to say that we're on the verge of getting sewer and water at Tooele, but you know, it feels good. And to do that, we need to really lay out the rules of the road for how those operate as businesses, which they are essentially. And Title 16 wasn't really built to do that. In fact, I'm not sure in 1960 whether we even owned the Tooele Airport. I think we probably did not at the time.
1990, yeah.
Yeah. In fact, the city council didn't exist in 1960. It was a commission form of government, and I would have probably been working for a commissioner at that time. And I'm familiar with this form of government because my old hometown in Portland just was the last major city in the United States to get rid of it. And so a lot has changed. That really is what is driving our interest in this. There certainly are a lot of issues here. It can be pretty tedious, I appreciate that, and we're willing to take whatever time the council would like to address the issues that, that develop. So with that, I'll turn it over to Shane.
Let's see, can you all see the slides? Nope, they're pulling up now. Okay, I'm gonna try to remember that this doesn't control that as I advance the slides here, but I'd like to focus on you all rather than the back of the room. But with the second slide there, if we can go. There we go. It's not, it's black, but. So I'll try to remember they're not tied together. So as Bill mentioned, updates to Title 16 have been necessary for quite a long time. I can remember back to the 2010-2011 period when we did a complete overhaul of our airport rules and regulations and created what essentially is a large document for our tenants and users of the airport. And I think at that time, a lot of what was put into rules and regs existed in Title 16. And so the updates to Title 16 have been on the radar for quite some time. I probably wouldn't be tackling this right now, but as Bill mentioned, there's been some recent general aviation industry, interest at all three of the airports. 2 years ago, we had a company that approached us and said, I want to build a large hangar facility on the east side of your airport. I want to sell aircraft out of it. I want to lease back the aircraft to the owners of the aircraft. I want to be able to service the aircraft and also fuel them all from this facility. And we looked at Title 16 at that time and said, wow, we really don't have a classification for this. And really that was the trigger for us to go down this path, starting in 2021 to update Title 16. It's involved internal, obviously, Department of Airports and external stakeholder involvement. The Federal Aviation Administration has reviewed the minimum standards that are in the materials today. And we've also had our tenants, our fixed base operators, and our skydiving operator at the Tooele Airport review the proposed minimum standards. We've taken all their feedback into consideration, which is embedded in the documents that you see today. And really, minimum standards are an industry best practice. They're recommended by the FAA.
A moment.
Yeah.
Can I interrupt you?
Yeah, of course.
I'm very good at that. Do things like the impetus of where this started, this person, developer, whoever came to you and said, we want to build a hangar, does this also generate revenue for the airport?
It does.
So all of these other things that were that may or may not be allowed in Title 16, this is part of something that says we can make some money off of some of the land.
Yes.
But we need a way to do it.
Right.
The thing that was particularly challenging about this one is we just have these relatively new leases with two very large fixed-based operators who've invested a lot. Suddenly somebody comes to town and says, I want to do part of that, the real money-making part. I don't want to do the service part. And we would be allowing them to, in our opinion, unfairly compete with people who've just signed 30-year leases to do that. We're lucky at Salt Lake to have two fixed-based operators. Most airports our size probably have one. So that caused us to go, wow, do we really have a solid foundation to make these kinds of choices and decisions?
Yeah, their request was on the edge of being a fixed base operator, which we quite frankly were looking for a third. So we said, give us a year, let us update minimum standards. Of course, it's taken 2 years because nothing's quick these days. But that's kind of what led us to this moment. A couple considerations are just trying to clarify the director's role in not only Title 16, but Title 5, because there are some changes to general ground transportation, rather, that we're looking to make. And then really just having these new minimum standards documents that are very easily understood by the business community. It's a document that we can hand them, and they can walk away with knowing exactly what the requirements are and what they need to develop at each of the 3 airports that we own and operate. And then just last but not least, the fees that are embedded, we'll talk a little bit about terminal use fees. They will still remain linked to the consolidated fee schedule, so there's no change there. In general, there are 4 main categories. I'm sorry, yeah, next slide. Thanks, Bill, keeping me honest. There are four main categories of the updates. So first, removal of the commercial aeronautical minimum standards, it's a tongue twister, and development of the standalone documents that you see. Remove language that's regulated by the FAA or redundant in our rules and regulations that were overhauled in 2010, 2011. Consolidation of GT business related issues into Title V. Today there's a lot of redundancy between Title 16 and Title V. So again, trying to consolidate it and make it more understandable by the public. And then just general updating. And I'm going to go through the next few slides, digging deeper into each one of these topics. Next slide, please. So minimum standards, you may say, well, what are they? They are standards that regulate commercial aeronautical activities at airports. And really, what they are designed to do is ensure that the airport sponsor does not unjustly discriminate against the same categories of users. So we're not making business deals with one entity and a separate business deal with different standards with another. They create a level playing field and ensure that the public, the traveling public, has a safe and secure and consistent experience at the airports. They're an industry best practice, as I mentioned before, and they'll vary based on the airport. So the standards for Salt Lake City International are going to be very much different than the two general aviation airports that we own. If you do a Google search for international airport minimum standards, you'll see there's a spattering of all the documents across the country, and of course there's just pages and pages of them. But really, as proposed, by taking minimum standards out of Title 16 and creating these documents, we will follow a best practice that most of the airports across the country are doing already. There are general next slide, please. There are two general categories in minimum standards. There's a fixed base operator that Bill mentioned earlier, and then there's also a term specialized aeronautical service operator, or a SASO. And a SASO is basically everything that doesn't fall into the fixed base operator category. So they include businesses that provide aircraft maintenance, aircraft rental, flying clubs, flight schools, charter cells, skydiving, commercial hangar operators, et cetera. They also, minimum standards require an operating permit or a lease agreement to have those business activities take place at the airport. There's an application process, there's language for violations of minimum standards, and then also enforcement processes to make sure that everybody, again, is playing with a level playing field. The minimums are broken down into services provided. So, and there's actually a really good example of this. In the minimum standards that you'll see before you today, there's a provision for our fixed base operators at the Salt Lake City International Airport to tow aircraft off the airfield when they become disabled. It's not something we have today. We actually had over the weekend a Gulfstream that had a landing gear issue and was stuck on one of our taxiways, and it sat there for a few hours because we didn't have a way to get
actually a full day.
Didn't have a way to get that off the airfield. So going forward in minimum standards is a requirement for our fixed base operators to have the capability to remove disabled aircraft from the airfield. So a real world example. Minimums are also in the documents for their leased space: land, apron, and structures, fuel storage, how big the tanks have to be, how many fuel trucks have to service aircraft, insurance requirements, spill prevention, personnel, and the like. One thing that I'll mention here is that since 2016, the Department of Airports has been operating the fixed base operator. We've been an FBO basically at the South Valley Regional Airport. It's not a business that we want to be in, and actually we're looking to get out of it. Upon adoption of these minimum standards, we will be issuing a request for proposals to find an operator under a long-term agreement that will manage the operation at South Valley. So today, what you see on the left there, sorry, one more slide. Mixing myself up, knew I would do that. On the left there, you'll see is where minimum standards are today in Title 16, and then on the right, the proposed two documents that have been generated using consultants in the aviation industry and then airport staff. Next slide, please. In terms of redundancy, things we're looking to take out of Title 16, on the left column, you'll see there are items that are regulated by the FAA. So things like aircraft registration, traffic rules for flight operations, accident reporting requirements for pilots, taxiing across the airfield, crossing runways and clearance, and then takeoff and landing procedures. Those are things that are very, very regulated by the FAA. And
Sorry,
one,
Madam Chair.
yeah,
So basically, you're saying because the FAA does it, we don't need it in ordinance.
We're preempted.
yeah, right.
Got it. And then on the rules and regulations, I mean, I am assuming that's in the like standard protocol rules and regulation handbook or
It is.
manual or 7,000 page book that's probably sitting on Bill's desk.
It is. I have a copy here too. It is. Yeah.
Is there any reason to actually keep some of this in ordinance simply because things change and protocols change, and would we
They
want
change
any
all
of
the
them?
time. Yeah, we get advisory circulars every week from the FAA on some minuscule little item over here. So it changes on a pretty regular basis.
Such that, again, you're sort of, the rules and regulations are, I'm assuming, sort of preempted as well with the FAA regulations. Like those are based off of the FAA,
Yes,
right?
yeah,
So
exactly.
We're kind of, the goal here, my understanding is to trim all of this down so it's not in ordinance.
The hardcore.
Right.
I mean, in this case, it's a little awkward because there are items over on the left-hand column there that are not consistent with federal policy that we are obligated to follow in order to retain our Part 139 certificate, which is what the FAA gives every airport, every commercial airport. And we're preempted, we do it, but it's a little weird, you know?
Yeah. The issue is that we don't know whether there are items in here that are legitimate legislative authorities, and that's what we need to figure out. And then also, we don't have any way to know whether there are things that really ought to be retained, so that with a different administration, the council could take back delegated authority. So if there aren't delegations in the ordinance, if there's no mention anymore of certain things, then you can't really take it back later because it would be considered administrative. So there's probably a lot of administrative stuff in here that doesn't need to be an ordinance, but it's tricky enough that it's a pretty big deal.
Well, and that's what I appreciate that, Cindy. You kind of read my mind. That's sort of what I was getting at. Like, clearly FAA is one thing. We can't really do anything with FAA, but some of these things in rules and regulations, and maybe it's not this list, right? But to Cindy's point, administrations can change, directors can change, executive directors can change, all of that stuff can change. Are there things from a legislative standpoint that we want to hold on to so that it doesn't change even within ordinance, so that it doesn't change without going through this process,
We're
right?
completely happy to talk to you about that too.
Or that you have officially delegated,
Right.
so that a future council could revoke that delegation. That's the trick.
Yeah, we've been very thoughtful in trying to draft a new ordinance, a new Title 16, if you will, that addresses all those concerns and try to keep the more operational, in the weeds type stuff out of it. But yeah, I definitely understand the concern there. Things on the right, that are in rules and regs that are, again, very operational focused are security and keys. How do you get keys to the airport? How do you get access? What are our graphic standards and advertising policies? And how do you take photography? Some of that stuff is again, it's in Title 16, but it's also in our rules and regs. So again, just trying to consolidate it. At the bottom there, I think it's kind of cute there, but there's an exemption for altitude for reindeer flying on Christmas Eve that's in city code right now in Title 16. I thought it was kind of cute. I did.
Yeah, why not?
We sure can.
Do we have any additional information or ordinances around things like air quality? Like, because of our topographical nature, the number of private jets we might want to allow in, or the business that relies on things that would emit above and beyond what the core function of the airport is, might be something that we would prefer to have legislative input on. Do we have anything around those sorts of issues?
So that specific example is a good one in a sense because we don't really have the right to say no to people. When you begin accepting federal grants, and we've taken a lot, you sign assurances saying you will operate in a particular way. By the same token, we can make choices about how we operate that induce certain kinds of behaviors, I guess I would say. We would prefer, for example, at International to see larger private jets and not as many smaller because for a lot of reasons they're not particularly good for the airport. And to be honest, they also are larger emitters as well.
Right. So are those things that are governed by FAA use, or are those things that we can have an additional overlay in the legislative process that could offer unique protections?
Well, it's over things like that. We would actually like to. There, and you'll get the opportunity here soon because one of the things that'll be happening over time is that hangar rates at International are going to go up.
Great.
And that'll cause owners of smaller planes to think about, gee, where else can I go? And we want to create those opportunities as well.
You're welcome, Ogden.
There's also
Councilmember Pui.
So the questions, obviously, I read the staff report about, what is maybe the council should retain just in case.
Yeah.
And I will stay with those questions until we get a good answer on that. Again, as we're thinking about worst case scenario, this is not worst case scenario at all. This relationship with you guys are fantastic. I do, what Councilmember Petro mentioned about pollution, and this may be something that we can talk offline, but and one of the topics was about fees, right? How do we deal with that? And it could be a delegation to your authority to impose those, and or do we review them before they're implemented, right? Like that's part of the question. But could an airport impose a fee to not good planes or higher fee, or because there is a variety of planes and there are some that are not great, and could they add an extra couple bucks to a pot of money, and that pot of money could be used for something else in the airport that could mitigate some of the costs and and making it even more greener of an airport? I don't know. I'm just like brainstorming here about how to make money.
Yeah, I think when it comes to regulating aircraft itself, we have really limited authority, but there are many other aspects of the airport in which there are emissions involved. Some you might not even think about, but the council 3 or 4 generations ago, I think, when the current airport redevelopment program was approved, required, and this was more a part of the budget process than it was this, but required that it achieve, or it be targeted for, and it has in fact achieved, LEED Gold status. Well, to get there, you've got to do all kinds of things in terms of energy consumption and so forth. We've required the airlines to use electrified ground service equipment where it is available, and so on and so forth. So there's a lot of opportunity that is even beyond Title 16 that we'd be happy to talk about.
Thank you. Sorry I took the conversation to a completely different place.
All right, we got a few minutes. Are we?
Okay. Next slide, please. So the third item there is consolidation of the ground transportation related ordinances all into Title V. So again, just looking to remove all of the identical language from Title 16 and leave it in Title V and keep it in one place. There will be updates to chapters 5.71 and 5.72 at some time in the future. They're not necessary today based on this action, but there is some general just updating like we're doing with Title 16 that staff will be coming back for in the future. But there's some examples down below of, the definitions are in 2 places, language about unauthorized solicitation of business is in 2 places, and so on and so forth. Ground transportation booths there on the left. In the former airport, we had booths that could be used on a per day basis. In the new airport, we have just 2 booths. They're downstairs on level 1. and we do 3-year leases for them. So the language is no longer relevant in Title 16 as was written back in the day. And then just general updating. As you go throughout Title 16, next slide. As you go through Title 16, you'll see that there's just a lot of outdated language. It still refers to Salt Lake City Airport Number 2 instead of South Valley Regional Airport, not a major deal. There's the terminal use fees and annual space rental. As part of our budget process, we establish what the terminal rents are going to be for the upcoming fiscal year. That's included in our budget process and updated in the consolidated fee schedule that you all see. I think you'll actually see it on the 18th of this month when Brian comes back with Bill to talk about our budget. But you can see there at the bottom with that arrow, it references the airline use agreement that was in July 1st of 1978. Me too. We've had, several AUAs, as we call them, and several amendments since then, including the one that Delta just signed through 2044. So again, just general updating. So just in summary, next, I think just my last slide here. Just to summarize my points, so we feel that updates to Title 16 are necessary. It's a basic rewrite because it would be really messy to try to track a red line. I attempted to create a color-coded version that would track with all 4 of those different categories, but even that was confusing. So council is working on drafting a red line that will make this more understandable. Minimums. Yeah, right. Minimum standards are
Do we have that today?
No, we don't.
Oh, I thought we were going to have it today.
Well, we thought we were too, but
You got our hopes up from
So-
nothing.
things intervened here.
Yeah. Creation of minimum standards and standalone documents are a best practice as recommended by the FAA. They give us flexibility to respond to an ever-changing environment. You talked about sustainability. Eventually, we're going to have eVTOLs, electric vehicle takeoff and landings, so battery-powered aircraft that take people from their home to the airport. Chicago Airport is going to be trialing this in a few years. There's also sustainable aviation fuel that is basically biodiesel that airports are experimenting with. So things are going to continue to evolve in this space, and so this gives us a chance to update and be flexible. Most airports, once they've adopted these minimum standards documents, they update them annually. And then, again, just the goal here is to create a more user-friendly approach, not only for the public, but for the general aviation community.
All right, thank you. Council, do we have any other? Councilmember Dugan?
Thank you for this update, and I appreciate all the consolidation of this stuff, because you're right about the FAA. You get plenty of NOTAMs and everything else all the time. On the infrastructure side of the airport, outside of the airport operations, that's not going to change as far as our responsibility and approval of ground. I'm saying like parking lots, infrastructure of that nature. None of that is changing.
Anything that's connected with our budget, for example, O&M or capital or whatever, you will continue to have complete authority over that.
Okay, really, this is just more the airport, basically the airport itself operations.
Yeah.
Outside of or inside I would say the fenced area.
Yeah.
Okay, appreciate that.
Thank you.
Madam
Councilmember Fowler?
Thank you. So I see on our agenda that we're setting a public hearing date we're setting the public hearing date today, potentially holding comment on the 18th, and then action to be determined. I wonder, since we don't have that red line, and it does seem like there's some questions regarding what's administrative, what's legislative, this is our first briefing on this that I'm aware of.
Yeah.
I would turn to chair and vice chair and council staff, but it seems unless there's something that is a time constraint, it feels like we might need a little more time to dig into some of the legislative issues that I brought up of are there things that the council actually wants to retain, and it took you 1.5 years to come up with this or
Yeah,
then some.
right.
It feels
Yeah,
rather
the only,
quickly set for us.
The only thing that we're sort of ready to move with is the RFP for the FBO down at South Valley Airport. So we need to be able to tell people who are interested, and I think we'll have a lot of interest just based on what's going on in the industry, what they're going to be held accountable for. And we might be able to just say, listen, we want you to know something's coming. You're going to be subject to that and get the process started, but we're ready down there. And it's important because we need a viable operator down there so that as changes begin to occur at international, there are places to go. And so we're ready, but that's not something that has to happen tomorrow morning either.
A couple of choices to deal with that after you and Darren weigh in.
Okay, perfect. So then we'll put this on the next chair, vice chair agenda. And thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
All right. And while they're leaving, we are going to stay on the topic of airport. Like, one of the best things about being District 1 is that you get to be on the airport board. There's always so much cool stuff at their advisory board meetings. And we get the chance to appoint a new member of the airport board, Hong Nguyen. She clearly has fans in the room. Hong, why don't you take a moment or two and tell us a little bit about yourself and your interest in the airport board?
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, great. First off, let me please apologize for not being in person. I was fully planning on attending in person, but I had another commitment, and with the weather, I'm getting ready to walk into the Salt Lake Democratic Politi-Sauce dinner fundraiser that I know all of you are kicking yourself at make tonight. So I do apologize for not being there in person. My name is Hong Nguyen. I am co-founder and managing partner of SAPA Investment Group. When I was approached with this opportunity to join the advisory board for the airport, I thought that this would be a fascinating opportunity. As many of you know, SAPA Investment, we are a locally owned family investment firm here in Salt Lake, where we have various different businesses, one of which is in hospitality with the restaurants and bars. And we really like to show people when they come to Utah, there's fun things to do here. There's a lot more different, diverse businesses available in this valley, in the state, than what people think when they think about Utah outside of the state. And the airport, if they are on a layover or they come for an overnighter, that's the first touch point they have to kind of see what is a little bit different about Salt Lake City here, for us to really be able to showcase the fun, unique businesses that we have. And so with this opportunity to join this advisory board, that's what I'm hoping to bring to this advisory board, is more of just the culture and diversity that we can share through our terminals when people are here for a few hours or a few days. That is my hope, and that's what I hope to bring to the advisory board. So at this point, I would love to just take any questions from the council.
Anyone? Any comments? Councilmember Dugan?
Thank you very much for us representing District 6. Great to see you. Thank you.
It's good to see you.
Councilmember Valdemoros?
I love Hong. I think she's a great asset to have within, one of our boards. She's a very active community member and a business owner, and I don't know where she finds time to sit on so many boards. So I aspire to be like you, Hong, but welcome. I'm excited to see you in this capacity as well.
Thank you, Council.
Yay.
Okay. Councilmember Fowler gave you a yay. I just want to advise Bill that allowing us to sit next to each other would be a really great strategic option during board meetings. Just
or not.
Or a very disruptive way to.
All right, Hong, we will be voting on you tonight as part of the consent agenda. In the words of our esteemed co-councilman, Dan Dugan, you do not need to be present to win. So no news is good news, and thank you for offering to serve.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you.
All right, with that, we will move on to the Community Development and Capital Improvement Programs Advisory Board. Joseph Murphy, if you'd care to come up. Thanks for coming.
Good afternoon.
And same question, just introduce yourself, tell us a little bit about why you're interested in this position.
Awesome. I'm Joseph Murphy. I go by Jerfy, and I live in District 3. I'm currently the chair-elect of the Greater Avenues Community Council, and as I've moved into the District 3 recently, I've been extremely impressed by the civic engagement of my neighbors, how involved, informed, and caring about the community. And it's inspired in me a desire to become more civically engaged. So that's why I joined the Avenues Council. As a result, this year I'm heading up a subcommittee to stand up grants within the Community Council. And when this opportunity on the City Council Advisory Board came up, I thought it'd be a perfect segue and be able to share lessons learned from how the city operates its grants programs and take that back to the avenues. Really excited for this opportunity to learn and to contribute and support the city.
Thank you so much. Council members, any comments?
I just want to thank Jerfy for getting involved. I've been hoping that you would apply for a board and commission for a long time. I know you did apply quite a while ago, and I'm so glad to see you here, and I think you'll be a great addition to the board. Thanks for representing District 3.
All right. Thank you so much for your willingness to serve. You will also be voted on in the consent agenda tonight. You don't need to be present. And thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and we'll move on to the Bicycle Advisory Committee. And we have Alla Chernenko. Alla, I see you there on the screen. How are you?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
All right, same thing. A little bit about yourself and your interest in this board.
My name is Alla Chernenko. I live in District 5 in the Ballpark neighborhood, and I cycle for fun, exercise, and transportation. I'm a big proponent and a big believer in a bicycle as a great equalizer. They're cheap, they get you around faster than walking, and they do very well in sort of vibrant urban environments, which is what we are trying to build. It seems in downtown Salt Lake. I end up sort of doing a lot of casual advocacy where I'm having conversations with people who have never considered what infrastructure looks like for somebody who is not driving a motorized vehicle. And sometimes you sort of see a light bulb go off and like, oh, I never thought that that intersection is dangerous. When you're not driving. So I find that, you know, the next step for me to, you know, take that casual advocacy to a less casual level would be to join the bicycle committee. So here I am.
Thank you so much. Council members, any comments? All right. We got a lot of thumbs ups over here. Thank you so much for your willingness to serve. You will also be voted on the consent agenda this evening. No need to attend. And thank you so much for being willing to share your talents and passions with us.
Thank you.
All right. And our final appointment to the Parks, Natural Lands, Urban Forestry, and Trails Advisory Board, Tallulah Pantuti. How are you, Tallulah? Good to see you.
Good. Thanks for having me, y'all.
I'm assuming you've heard what I instructed everyone to say.
Yes.
We'd love to hear from you as well, please.
Awesome. Thanks, y'all. Yeah, I really think this would be a great opportunity to be on this advisory board. I'm a graduate student studying geography and have a strong passion for environmental justice and food systems and just how we move around our city. And I thought this was a unique opportunity to go past, you know, just being involved in other things and kind of come back to a local government perspective. I'd love to help support the work that you all are doing and appreciate how complex it is. And so I find that it's a really great learning opportunity. I'm also excited because I think I have a lot of access to a bunch of students and a population in the city that maybe isn't that engaged with this advisory board normally, and then also with the New American community that I volunteer with. So I think it's a unique opportunity to kind of see who I can talk to and kind of get some feedback from the community and then support anything y'all are working on. Yeah, so I'd be happy to take any questions and look forward to working with you all potentially.
Thank you. Council members, any comments, questions? Tallulah, I love any opportunity to engage young people and get them excited. So that you said that makes me excited. Councilmember Valdemoris, did you have something?
No, I was gonna say thank you.
All
Thank
right.
you for the.
Yeah, thank you for sharing this with us. We'll vote on you this evening as well on the consent agenda. So good luck on the peanut board and thank you.
Thanks, y'all.
Council members, we've reached the end of our business stuff. We are now to the report of the chair and vice chair. Chair Mano, do you have anything for us live from APA?
I do not, thank you.
And I don't have anything as well. Madam Executive Director, nothing as well. All right, do we have a closed session? No. Okay. Whew. Hey guys, we get a break this week. This is so exciting. All right, then I'm looking for a motion to adjourn and we'll reconvene at 7. We don't need a motion? All right, then we'll just reconvene at 7. Yeah. All right, thank you all.